so for us to come full circle doing two things that at the time I don't even think I was thinking about doing nothing like this. So you know what I'm saying? We just was into like, just being young in the South Ward. You know what I'm saying? Like it was just crazy to see us come full circle and still be cool now. So like he
Word.
shot my video that I put on my page 10 toes down. And like the fact that we just ended up in two different genres that kind of coalesce after all these years of not seeing each other. Because Eddie was like one of my best friends. You know what I'm saying? Before I left Newark. So this is a cool moment to have you up here, bro. So just tell them real quick, since it's your first time on the platform, um, just tell them real quick, about yourself, brother. Because
Um,
you got a lot going on.
me, I'm a music video film director. Um, Unsigned, signed artist. I've done videos for Ice Spice, Cardi B, Lil Wayne, you name it. I probably shot for him, other than like probably like Jay-Z and Nas. But I've been doing film and music videos for about 12 years. And based out of Newark, man. Based out of Newark.
Okay, okay. Yeah, man. So yeah, I'm tripping. So yeah, I'm glad you was able to pull up, brother. So like, boom. So I'm gonna kick it to Kid Works, brother. Who did you like in the battle, and why? Like, whose perspective or whose musical presentation that you like the most?
I mean, I did my best to just remain objective and observe it because I ain't got no skin in the game either way. Personally, I ain't never bought a Kendrick or Drake album personally. I've been doing music myself, so I never really was one to be spending money on. I come from the LimeWire era and the Bear Share era and the, you know what I mean? I was one of them first guys on the computer figuring out how to bootleg in New York. So personally, I wasn't spending money on nobody album, but I tapped into a couple of the projects in total. And when I was locked up, I was able to listen to one of Drake's two of Drake's projects. Actually, I was thinking about it from our conversation from earlier. Two of Drake's projects, and Good Kid, Mad City was definitely uh, prolific to me. So as I observed the battle unfold, I created the same metrics I would for any other rap battle: the presentation, audience response,
Mhm.
uh, the sound quality overall, and then who was the aggressor. Because realistically, it don't matter where it started; it's who pick up the steam once the fight is going. Anybody could throw that first punch, but when them uppercuts come, you start seeing knockout hits, and homie
Mhm.
don't get back up. By the end of the battle, it looked like Kendrick had it.
Okay. Uh, my man Donovan, how you feel about it, bro? What was your take on
So I had to just take a step back and listen to all of the tracks today.
it? Mhm.
Be objective. We had our conversation yesterday, and Kendrick, hands down, was just superior as far as what the angles that he took, his approach, the musicality, all of that was just on point. Drake had good songs. You know what I'm saying? I'm not denying the fact that Drake didn't put together something good, something worthy of acknowledgement. But that nigga was not. He was not fucking with Kendrick at all. So yeah, I gotta rock with my dude Kendrick, man.
And Kendrick is my guy too. Like I said, like I came in with a good kid, Mad City. You know what I'm saying? Like how I ended up looking at it, hindsight was not what I thought I would. So it's really kind of shocking to me too. But Identity, how do you feel about it? Well, I kind of know your perspective, but how you feel, who
Definitely,
won and why?
I definitely got Kendrick um winning, and how he won. I felt like I felt like Drake was on the defense most of the time. He had to get a track taken down, and then the last track he put out, he just was playing defense. I feel like Kendrick was just attack. He never had to double back. He never had to retract anything. Even though people might have felt like, oh, they baited you in the lies, he just kept it like, yo, he just was super aggressive. His approach and everything. I just think that for me, it was just Kendrick, no brainer. Like Drake, he tried to attack, and then he included other people that dissed him too. I feel like he should have gave each track 100% to Kendrick. You know what I'm saying? He tried to do like a little bit of ASAP here, a little bit of Ross here. Like, no, let them lead them for later. Like, you got to deal with who's on your neck right now. This man got his foot on your neck right now. You trying to spread it around. Like, yo, just I feel like he was playing too much defense, man. Too much defense.
I mean, if somebody come with like 6, 7 niggas, you definitely gonna be on defense. You know what I'm saying?
And I know, but he's
it
still,
wasn't a fade.
Like I said, it's like chess and check. Like, you still, like, if you're playing chess, while you're playing defense, you still have to attack while you're being defensive at the same time. I feel like he just castled.
You don't think he attacked?
What did he say to really attack him, other than like he's short and he wears short, he has small feet? What did he really say to attack like his character, like Kendrick?
He said he beats his wife. Remember that? He said
yeah, that's a character flaw.
We don't even know if
Drake
that's for real.
We don't know if anybody.
We don't know if that's for real.
he
Hold on. Here we go. Here you go. I like it. But hold up. I want to get you, because I gave everybody the floor. I want you to finish your point, and then, I'm gonna come with my retort, and then we can get it going.
Yeah, no, basically I was saying that Kendrick, the attack from him, like, you talking about the domestic abuse thing? But
I'm just saying, whatever points you want to make about.
No, I'm just saying, like, I don't feel like he really, like, it was, even if he did address that, it's something that they talked about in the Breakfast Club and stuff. It's nothing new. He didn't really, like, if you're gonna attack somebody, it's like tell us something. What haven't we heard already? Like, and then you baited this man, gave him the false information, but then dropped a track defending yourself. If you bait somebody, you're gonna already have your next 2 to 3 moves ready to go. Like, all right, we got him. He dropped the track explaining himself, and now he's like, all right, I ain't really putting nothing else out, or I'm gonna just he wasn't really ready. He was like, yo, I'm war ready. Like, are you really war ready? Because it doesn't seem like you really war ready, like, against Kendrick. Kendrick just beating you to a pulp, like, and he's doing it. He got mad range. He did the freaking storytelling joint. He got a club record that's going to be like on the charts right now. It's going viral on TikTok. Like, he hitting them from every angle. Like, it's like, yo, Drake has to attack. Like, nobody wants to hear him defending the allegations and stuff like that. He has to, like, attack. Like, and I don't feel like he's doing that. That's why I've been giving it to Kendrick.
All right. You know what I'm saying? I can respect it. You like, I'm gonna give my backstory. Like, when I got into this confrontation, I thought it was just gonna be a landslide. Like, I was not. Anybody that know me know that I'm always joking on some Drake shit. Like, oh, this Drake, here go Drake. I'm always doing that. Like, I'm always like, damn, this guy, he just so. I feel like he just pedestalized. I just feel like he feed into women's vanity a lot. You know what I'm saying? So I crack jokes on him. But when I heard the joints, and when I take into, because people got to realize, like, this didn't start with like that. Everybody want like that to be the starting point because it's convenient, but that's not the starting point. And people got to realize the starting point for Kendrick Lamar wanting a lyrical, because the reason why I'm digging this deep is because people taking it this far. So it's like, okay, let's take it back to the real beginning. When you think of the initial confrontation that wanted to be displayed by Kendrick Lamar, it started on the Control verse. He said, I got love for all you dudes, but I'm trying to murder all you dudes. And he named not just Drake, he named many rappers. So obviously, the gauntlet was laid down to want to get into a confrontation with these dudes lyrically prior to so-called accusations. So obviously, his initial gripe wasn't about accusations and the type of character, because you say you had love for all of these guys you're about to mention, but you want them to know that you can get into it with them, and we could demonstrate or whatever. Nobody made it to the level Drake made it to. So eventually he became the prime person. But I wanted that anybody who want to get it back at him based on his words and his statements and what he said. So let's fast forward to the future. So now they battling. to me, the Like That was a dope bait because it was like he was talking tough, he was talking slick, but it was a lot of, it was a witty, it was slick talk. It was more like, because I feel like when it comes to this battle rap shit, man, Rilla, bro, you in the chat, bro. You supposed to be on the screen, bro. We ain't doing that. When it came to Like That, like I thought it was dope. I thought it was witty. But when it comes to a battle for me personally, I don't just want to hear you dissing the dude. I do want to hear that. But I also, because this is the battle for who the best rapper. Because according to Kendrick, he thought he wanted to battle these dudes for the best rapper. Now who had the best character? Now who really this and that? He said it's about rap. Now it's not. But hey, whatever. So he drops the song. I feel like like I said, you need to show me not just what you don't like about the other dude, but what makes you dope. I feel like Kendrick did a lot of telling people what he didn't like about Drake, but I feel like I didn't get a taste of what I should like about him. It was so about, yo, you know he ain't this, you know he ain't that, you know he messed up, you know. It's like, cool, I get it, boom, but why are you dope? I didn't hear that in his shit. And I felt like based on people's reaction, I'm like, are people really listening to both rappers? Because I'm not a Drake guy. But homie was rapping. And it's not like, because people say, like homie, like you said, then you say he should have just been focused on Drake. And I'm gonna wrap up soon because I don't want to take the floor. I want y'all to talk. He said, you say he should have got at just Kendrick and not just everybody, but Kendrick didn't come by himself. He came with everybody. He came with Metro. He came with Future. He at least had two with him. It's not like he dissed him on Big Step with the Morale. He dissed him on A Song. So it's like he came with others. Other people tagged in. So it's like, and he came with people that, imagine a dude who come beef with you, right? With dudes you helped the whole time. You're gonna be like, what? Like, I'm trying to put myself in the mindset of not just what how Kendrick look at it, but how Drake look at it. And I feel like based on what Kendrick's saying, based on how people responded, it feels more like people were just waiting for Drake to get his. And I definitely want to see somebody knock him down a few notches. But I don't know if this was really, I think it was to people who wanted to see that, but I think from a fair mind, it was a lot closer than people want to give credit. But yeah, whoever want to take it from there, take it from there. And I got more, but we just getting started.
I mean, I feel like Kendrick did give us the reason why he was better. Like each track is so different. And yeah, he did, like he directly, even though 5 people diss Drake, we all know the battle that people wanted to see. We don't want to see Metro Boomin versus Drake. We don't want to see Rick Ross versus Drake. We don't like, I don't think it shouldn't have been, ASAP Rocky's not gonna come out with a whole diss track towards Drake or nothing like that. You know what I'm saying? I feel like Kendrick in his raps did say like, yo, y'all mad at me. The difference between me and this person is I choose peace. I'm not out here at the parties wilding, popping bottles, girls, this, that, my thing. I choose to be, I am boring, but there's a reason why I'm boring. You know what I'm saying? Like that, it's like a yin and yang. They live two completely different lifestyles. And I think he did a good job of contrasting that. He's like, yo, I'm a storyteller. But then, like I said before, he put out this club joint. He's very like coast oriented, where on East Coast, even though they say Jersey is crabs in the barrel, I feel like the whole East Coast is that way. We're never as united as like West Coast is. You know what I'm saying? So I really don't, in regards to like it being close. Like if we go down the list of records, it's like, yo, he put the song out. Then the other song he had to take down because he used the AI thing. And then he put this other song out that's not really, it's just him explaining, is defending everything Kendrick just said in his song. He still haven't given us anything new. What, like nothing like, wow. Like Drake is really rapping though. Don't get it twisted. Like Drake was rapping his ass off. But what he was saying was just like, it's like it had no shock value. People are still finding entendres and triple and quadruple entendres that Kendrick has said in his last record, even records before. He didn't even give us a chance to really digest what he was saying in his previous 2 records because he dropped so fast.
He definitely out narrative Drake. He flooded motherfuckers.
Drake asked for it. He said, yo, he said,
flooded.
quadruple entendres or something.
Go ahead, Tori.
Well, to me, it was more so. It's just the layout, like. So the Not Like Us, right? Kendrick could have easily put out Not Like Us against Drop and Give Me 50, but he didn't. Meaning he could have went club for club, and he didn't. He actually waited for that to be the last. Well, I don't know if it would have been the last one or not, but it's the fact that he dropped it as a third track. Nobody was expecting him to drop a third track the way it was. Like when he dropped Meet the Gram, that was right after Family Matters, which was fire in itself, because he came right back after, as soon as Drake dropped his, and then to drop the club banger when he could have did the club banger as a match to Drop and Give Me 50. That was genius to me. And then the club banger, and it was actually after the fact where people was complaining about, oh, he only make it boring, like he don't make the battle rap club joints, and it came out as a surprise. Like, and it hit crazy. And then Euphoria, just to use the Teddy P Pendergrass, was like the Teddy Pendergrass beat was fire to me, man. Like that was I don't even know how I could say it, but to do the Teddy P and then go into to how the beat did with Euphoria. Drake didn't rap into two or three different songs. He did that after Kendrick, and then Kendrick dropped right after, and then dropped Not Like Us, and just doing that formula in itself. I don't know if it was playing like that or the cards rolled because he did all his before, and maybe he was able to just kind of pick or whatever. But that layout was fire just on that alone. Just from dropping Euphoria after everybody was waiting the 10 days, and then I seen something where Daylight was saying that Kendrick went silent for 10 days, like he wasn't talking to nobody when he wrote any of those tracks. It was like a YouTube video where they talked about that. And so yeah, to me the layout was that's what really did it for me, because how he did Not Like Us with Drop and Give Me 50, I just don't think it would have hit the same. And then Drop Euphoria, it was just the line that was what it was to me.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Since you're very like knowledgeable about battle rap, you know what I'm saying? Like, so how do you feel like, and do you feel like Kendrick lost points for taking the bait and dropping the daughter angle against Drake? Do you feel like that track is now null and void because of that information?
It gotta be.
No, because
why not? Because it's not null and void, but
I'm just saying, like,
that verse is. But even if you verse gotta be. That verse gotta be. If it's not true, that verse at least gotta be.
Just that
yeah,
verse.
It's still though, like even in stuff though, like somebody could take that angle and not write it that way though. So you can't take away from the art because somebody baited you into. Because if he didn't bait him into it, still would have been something else fire. So like it's the fact that it's just fire. To me, it's the fact that it's fire. Now, whether it's true or not, yes, you can get points taken away, but when it comes to battle rap, it's what you like. Like some people come to battle rap to hear somebody be funny, to hear somebody line you up with a story, to hear somebody. So it just depends on what you particularly like and if you care about it.
But that's the thing. This is not battle rap. This is a hip hop battle of superstars. No, I'm saying it's not this. It's the same.
No, it's not. Well, I'm not saying it's not the same. I'm not saying it's the same. I'm saying that people still gonna like the reasoning of why they like a song. Like it doesn't with battle rap. Yes, you do pick, but it's the same with any artist. You're picking why you like an artist for a specific reason, even if you say it or not. It's just in battle rap we just specifically point it out because there's no beat or anything. But in the rap beef, you're still doing the same thing subconsciously.
I feel like when it comes to a hip hop battle or like MCs that make music, I think it all matters. In battle rap, there ain't even no music.
But battle rap wasn't that as big as it is. Like battle rap is looking
it's huge now, but to me, it's not. To me, just the only thing I like battle rap. I love battle rap, but I like when people rap over beats. That's me personally. I feel like
but you see how you picking out what you like, right? That's the point. Why
no, I mean that's the part of hip hop.
Anyway,
you said what? You said what?
That's what I was just trying to tell you. You're gonna pick what you
historically,
like.
Battle started outside and they was rapping over beats. Let's not forget the actual history of hip hop. I'm from the Bronx, so if you're talking about history of battle raps was not a cappella to start. That's the new age battle rap. Battle raps was over beats playing. If we're being technical. So again, if you look at it as hip hop battle, this is the essence of a hip hop battle. They rapping over. They're not rapping over the same beat, but they rapping over beats. They coming with their points. And to go to the point you made about nullifying that line about the daughter. If we're looking at the update of the news, all these women is coming out right now talking about sign NDAs. And one of them talking about they do have Drake's baby. So lo and behold, what if in the next few months it comes out he does have a daughter? Does that reestablish the bar? I think the potency of the bar is that throughout that whole track, he brought other points up. And Drake automatically was on the defense. And he had to rebut what was said. And he didn't rebut the main point, which was you like underage girls. He tried to say, y'all talking about I got a daughter. I don't got a daughter. Prove I got a daughter. So now the whole internet went crazy and said, why you not saying you not a pedo, homie? So Kendrick played the game that Drake was playing for years, which is the game of social media. And as somebody that's been doing live reports on hip hop, been behind the scenes working with DJ K Slay 2018, I saw a lot of build up and energy when it comes to just how rap works. And Kendrick wasn't playing the social media game, wasn't doing interviews, really laid low. Drake wasn't doing interviews just because he's in one of the biggest 360 deals of all time for $400 million. So again, if we're looking at the metrics of all of this, I looked at the battle as a whole. And
absolutely,
as a whole,
I agree.
Drake took a bigger loss digitally,
definitely.
online, financially. Nike talking about we might pull the deal. UMG talking about Kendrick, we need you to please say it's not true. You fucking up the money. Drake is damn near radio silent right now. And on his last track, he said, I'm not gonna respond no more. Nigga, you threw up a white flag.
No, absolutely.
So I'm trying to be objective because I do think Drake he rapped his ass off with that drop and give him 50. That shit was cool. But it was like he threw an uppercut. Kendrick might have stumbled. Kendrick came back with an uppercut, a right hook, a left hook, 3 jabs, and another left hook.
And too, it's like even with the daughter line, right? Like it's just the way he came up with just the bars itself. You still have to give it credit, even if the line is not true. You could take the truth out of it. Okay, cool. But most people don't even care about what's true or not. But just the way he lined nobody's gonna line the bars up that way too. So that's why I still gotta give it credit because it's still the way that you.
I mean, Drake's not a battle rapper. He's not a battle rapper. He's just a rapper that always end up in a battle. But he's not a battle rapper. So I'm looking at it from the perspective. This is the thing, right? Because whoever wins, it really don't matter. I'm a Kendrick fan. But I feel like based on how it happened, the parties involved, everybody lining up at this moment against this person, it just feels synthetic. It just doesn't feel organic. And I'm never was a Drake guy. It just, go ahead.
I agree with that.
Isn't Drake the ultimate synthetic artist though?
Absolutely.
I'm glad you said that because
we're being objective, not subjective. Because again, I think Drake got some bangers. Marvin's Room was like probably one of the favorite joints I heard from Boy. But Kendrick made a valid point that we all loved Drake in the beginning because he was being true to his character of Drake, coming from Degrassi, coming from Canada. Wayne signed him. Wayne even said in the interview, I don't want to hear Drake rapping about tough shit because he's not that boy. I want him to do what he's true to. Drake did a 360 because he don't have, and somebody else said that, shout out to Admin Preach, that Drake is not an African-American. In fact, it wasn't Admin Preach. Drake is not an African-American. So he can't speak to our experience in any way, shape, nor form. He's Canadian. So every time we see him dancing, and we got Afro Beast Drake, Caribbean Drake, London Boy Drake. Who is Drake? Somebody online said something that really caught.
He got muted. You muted yourself.
Drake is the character that Aubrey Graham plays. So Drake's not even really him. Kendrick Lamar is Kendrick Lamar, has been since day one. We watched a boy evolve into a man, going from gangbanging to being self-reflective, introspective on a public level, admitting to his faults, admitting to the infidelities. Kendrick admitted that. Drake ain't never publicly, besides innuendos and tweets that are now being pulled up, admitted that he likes high school girls.
This like if we found out if somebody battled Beyonce and you found out a whole bunch of stuff, you gonna be looking like, yo, because she never show you. She's like a Barbie doll.
I mean,
Like,
you
it's the same
opened
with
the
Drake.
you
This
opened
the
the
first
door.
time.
You
This
just
the first
opened the
time.
door. You cracked the door open for me, so I'm about to open it wide because people say stuff about a lot of these people. It's a lot of stuff being said about a lot of these artists, from the biggest to the smallest. So what gets pushed at what time, at what purpose is what's very intriguing to me, because there's a lot of information out on a lot of artists that, based on the timing of who it comes from, we do not validate. So, like I said, this man wanted to battle Drake before. I mean, unless he felt like he wanted to battle Drake because he wanted to prove he was a pedophile and all that when he made Control, then I don't think he did. My thing is he wanted to battle a nigga, period. And so
I think Drake
this time, I'm just saying he wanted to do it from the beginning. Like Control said, I got love for all you niggas, but I want to murder all you niggas. Drake was included in that. So obviously he's telling you, it's nothing personal, but I want to compete. So why make the strike now with Future? Because the thing is, Kendrick took the moral high road. He can't, to me, like that sounded like, yo, I'm the hottest dude. But when his verse came into it, it turned into, you do this, 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 you do this. And Drake was just like, I think that caught Drake off guard. And I think, like in the last verse in the Heart Part 5, he didn't say I don't want to. He said I don't want to. Well, I think he was the line where he was like, I don't want to. And I'm not trying to say y'all should think he won. I'm just, like I said, I think it was just closer and more. I think it was more questionable and dope shit on both sides more than people want to admit. I'm not telling people what to pick. I'm just feel like this is a real emotional high moment where we get swayed and think it's a lot going on right now. So what I'm saying is, Drake's the stuff he was saying, it's like, bro, let me know when we get to the facts. Like in his mind, he think like no matter what we say, in his mind, he don't think he's wrong. He think he's telling the truth. So both of these people are coming up with accusations, and Drake is coming. They're both coming at each other from perspectives that could alter the image they try to put out. So Kendrick put out things that could alter the image Drake tries to put out. But Drake has put out things that could alter his image about him having affinity with, European women, which is nothing wrong. If that's what you want to do, that's what you want to do. But Kendrick is coming at him from a black conscious. I'm really a part of the fabric culture, and if that's your perspective and that's what you're doing, then if you have an affinity for a woman who you're saying that makes him not black, that is a flaw, and that is something questionable. Which makes me say a lot of these accusations, until fully proven, should just be like a draw. So I'm strictly listening to the music. And to me, when I listen to the music, Kendrick shit sounds like hate mail and why you should hate Drake. And Drake shit sound like I'm dealing with 4 or 5 of y'all and I'm still the shit. So it's just two different.
Yeah, but if you gotta take stuff out and do all of that, though, do it count?
Why
if you gotta take it, if you gotta ignore all that stuff, do it count? Because you taking out bars.
What am I ignoring? What am I ignoring?
No, I thought you said something about you said something about the bars that you're not sure is true or not. I don't know if you said
both people said stuff. We don't both people made accusations. Like I'm saying that they both work for the same industry. Like I just feel like as a people, but that's what it's really about. You can like who you want to like. As a people, we pick and choose when to take account of certain information more than other times.
Absolutely.
And it's funny that they do it in the time, because it's like, regardless of what we say, Drake worked with all of these people. He has music with all of these people. So from his perspective, since like we all say, he not tough, he not from the hood. This shit would fuck him up. It's like, hey, they don't like me, but I helped all these motherfuckers, regardless of what you want to say and what you think of me. I feel like I helped them. And I feel like Drake and Kendrick are two sides of the same coin. Drake tries to appeal to a surface level of what you define as urban culture in Black community. And Kendrick tries to appeal to a surface culture of what you will define as Black consciousness. And the reason why, and both artists are trying to connect to Black people, but the reason why a lot of people feel like they can only connect with us through certain ways to the surface is because as Black people, we send a lot of mixed signals. So if you're not really paying attention, you could think that what Drake is talking about is what Black people is. If you're not really paying attention, you could think Kendrick's definition of consciousness is what is really Black consciousness. It's the form of it, but it's not complete. So they both are still dealing with a surface level of Black culture to a degree if people really pay attention, in my opinion. But I digress. Somebody jump in there.
I think objectively, though, Drake, since his inception, and even if you go back to the interviews of him talking about being the good Jewish kid from the Jewish community, and you know, when Rosenberg interviewed him, and that's all resurfaced now, Drake was never for the Black community. He was a pop artist in the making from day one. And once he got to the certain point, he stopped connecting to the Black community. He just knew that that was a part of his overall fan base. But if you look at the people that did the most defense work for Drake online, it wasn't Black people, it was white kids. And if you look at globally what his fan base truly is, it was never really all the urban, let's just call it the urban community, the urban spenders. Not to say that when he goes to Atlanta, but that's specifically why Kendrick called out good points. When he wasn't connecting with the clubs, he went to Future. When he didn't know the lingo, he went to Baby. So as much as we like to say Drake was helping other artists, the case could be made that Drake was helping himself by going to other artists that actually had urban ties and urban links. If we're being objective, subjectively, I can say, nah, that was just him being a good artist. He looking out. But objectively, if we put it all on paper, there's a historical context and a chronological order of all the moves he's making. And then again, if you look at the money machine behind him, it's a bigger money machine than the one behind Kendrick. So even though they, and I'll be the first to say it, they are both two sides of the same coin, admittedly, because they're both in hip hop. They're both from the majors. They're not, neither of them was independent artists that just, you know, popped off and made it. So that's not the case for either of them. But the biggest difference that could be seen observably is that right now, that same machine that at one point moved both of them is trying to move Kendrick out the way, because they're showing you who their favorite is. The machine is letting the world know, like, wait a minute, it was cool in the beginning when the streams got ran up, but Drake's our guy. We got 400 million. We got Nike deals. We got things lined up for the next 5 to 10 years for Drake. Kendrick drops. We see when Kendrick drops. You never know when Kendrick. It might be 3 more years for the next time he drops again. 4 more years. But Drake got to drop because of his 360 deal. So if we're looking at, again, objectively, who got a tap dance versus who can move when they want to a degree. Because again, I don't know who's pulling Kendrick's strings, if anybody is, so I can't say I know definitively no one's pulling his string. I can't say that. But the appearance-wise, we can see who's pulling Drake's strings. We can't see who's pulling Kendrick's, if anybody is. That's just me being objective.
And that's the slick part. Because that's what it's a lot. That's a great case, and I agree. Like I said, I always had jokes with Drake, but I'm just looking at how people reacting and what they're ignoring. Kendrick, for artists that's so accepted, Drake got the most Grammys. I mean, Kendrick got the most Grammys. Kendrick got the Pulitzer Prize award. You know what I'm saying? Those are awards that the system validates if you this or you that. There's been plenty conscious rappers that came out before Kendrick. They didn't get no Grammys. He got like 17. So to a degree, he is their selection as well. They're just selected for 2 different missions. And I feel like we don't realize that they on the same, to me, they just appeal to 2 different demographics they trying to attack, but it's still the same thing. It's still not leading you to a place. It's just an image of it. Like, I don't know. When I see this type of songs, Kendrick worked with a lot of white artists. Like, he worked with a lot of rock. Well, he worked with Taylor Swift a lot. It's like, I think the racial component, once he brought that in, it kind of made things weird, because you do a lot. Like, to be honest, he's white America's choice for the conscious artist. Does that matter? It's like the culture accepted both of them. The Black culture accepted Drake all this time. I was definitely a person like, yo, Drake is like yo, I feel like Drake is benefiting from a new paradigm that they're pushing in rap. That when Young Money came out, this is my personal theory. When Young Money came out, I feel like they changed the phenotype of rap, and Drake greatly benefited from that. This is just my personal opinion. I feel like they lock in certain phenotypes to certain roles in rap. Lil Wayne, dark skinned boy from America, native from Louisiana of all places. You know, he's blood. You know, he has the little questionable ways with the baby stuff. I ain't gonna get into all that. You know, just certain traumas. You know, just this wild, uncontrollable. You know, whatever. Then you got the black girl. She's from the islands. She's from New York. She's over sexualized. You know what I'm saying? So he's like the trap drill type of rapper. She's like, you know, the over sexualized rapper. And then comes Drake. He's biracial. He's from Canada. Soft spoken, well spoken. He's allowed creatively to just be a rapper. And to me, after that, it seems like to be just an MC who's into bars and to be accepted and allowed to really have a career, you have to be white or biracial. And if you really want to be a black rapper, you got to talk that trap and drill shit. And I felt like when Young Money came out, it kind of locked that in. And if you look at the rappers that are allowed to just be lyricists, like the Macklemores, like the Logics, like the J. Cole's, like the Drakes, they're able to do that. But when black rappers who look like the phenotype do that, that shit is wild. That's just my opinion. So Drake did benefit from a lot of stuff, but at the same time, that doesn't mean that he's a racist himself. Like, we accepted him. We took Drake in. We all did. And like I said, it just the way the timing and the way it looks with who he brought with him, it just feels fake. And I feel like people just using this time to like create some type of divisive energy again. Like, the black culture been accepted Drake, and they been did it.
Yeah, I think the only thing Drake just was missing was we don't have struggle music from Drake. Like most hip hop artists have struggle music, which is why like it could make what Kendrick is saying more truthful, because there's no reference track to be like, yo, where's the struggle that we heard from Drake? It's always seemed like a win from Drake from the beginning.
Well, one thing
and
we don't
because
hear
he's
from
light
Drake,
skinned and because it makes it look like a win.
But that's surface. That's
yeah,
surface.
that's wrong.
One thing we don't get from Drake, though. One thing we don't get from Drake. Because mind you, that's what I'm saying. Kendrick took the racial route and he took the high road route on a record. But Future was talking about old sniffing coke and putting his dick down their throat. This is the song that he started off this shit to try to eventually take Drake to this moral high ground. That's what he did. Drake's music is a lot of things, but it's not negative. It's not socially conscious. It's not going to take you to some deep thought and Afrocentricity, but it's not going to take you to jail. It's not going to take you to the grave. It might make you look like a simp. It might make you look compromised and make you look like you pedestalize women. But a lot of artists make a lot more negative music than Drake. I
feel like his struggle music is, and in the beginnings when he was talking about heartbreak and things, he was sticking to his nature.
That's his life.
Then, you know what I'm saying? Do I think now, like I said, he's been in the game years, and being in the game that amount of time can change you. You can start doing things that you weren't doing back then. You know what I'm saying? When it comes to somebody's character and stuff like that. So seeing the artist that he's grown into, and you're right, he doesn't really make music like that. So, but I don't think that's. I think him being around certain people, he probably, like KD said, is like the little baby stuff in Atlanta and Future, and being around people that are giving him certain passes to talk about certain things. But I think that's like all artists.
I think it's more so.
Hold on, I'm being a little rude. Uncle Jeff, you was a little late, my bad. But I just want to introduce my man Jeff Brown to the panel. Brother, I just want to give him the floor. I ain't giving his proper introduction. I'm sorry, we was caught up in the conversation. I ain't want to stop the flow. You know what I'm saying? But Jeff, introduce yourself real quick. If you got something you want to add to the conversation real quick, and then after that, Key, you could jump back in there. Yeah, Uncle Jeff, what's good with you?
Hey, fellas. Well, excuse me. I ain't gonna speak to you hard leg niggas before I speak to the sister. Hey, sis, how you doing?
Hi, nice to meet you.
Now, hey, y'all. The sister here. The first off, just at my age, it's just dope to hear this conversation. Okay, I don't want to come off like the old ass dude, but it really is dope to hear y'all be conscious like this. My opinion is not so much on Drake or Kendrick, but on us as a whole not being more selective about who we let into our beloved hip hop. Hip hop, hip hop started as the voice of the rebel black
So
male.
shout out for the super chat, beloved. Go ahead, Jeff.
Okay, yeah, hip hop started as the voice of the rebel black male, rebelling against the oppression of a system that he was brought up in that took musical instruments out of inner city schools, and that's where we get. Now I got a band, and right now stealing from KRS. I'm not Chris Parker. I'm KRS-One. I'm not Joseph Simmons. I'm Run. I'm allowed to reinvent myself in an art form that the masses, that those in charge of the machine didn't want in the first place. It's ours. We never treated Drake like a third-class visitor, which is what he is. Eminem is a second-class visitor, with all the respect in the world.
Absolutely.
You are a visitor. As such, the reason Drake doesn't have the same struggle is because he came from Canada. We got to look at that. That's why he doesn't have the struggle that you have. Have you ever seen Canadian streets? They clean as hell. He does not have, like Brother KYD said, let me get around some of these brothers and get some of this grit on me. Anybody saw The Walking Dead? Y'all remember the crazy dude who used to rub the blood on so he could move amongst the zombies?
Yeah.
That's all Kendrick really did. I mean, excuse me, that's all Drake really did. And the biggest pushback, or I won't even call it pushback, I view Drake and where he mentally is as the captain of the varsity football team that graduated 2 years ago but didn't make the cut in college. So he drives around the old high school in his jacket and his car. That's who Drake is becoming, because he won't allow himself to evolve into a goddamn grown-ass man. So he's chasing an audience that he should be advising.
That's a great point.
So, and I'll say this and I'll land the plane. You spot on, Ill, about how Kendrick is the accepted level of consciousness. There's an accepted level.
Excellent point, Jeff.
He's not a moral technique. He's not KRS. He's not insert your dope ass conscious rapper here. Now, this is not to say that this brother is not talented. I dig him. I dig where his mind is going. But he is basically hip hop's version of angry black people within the system who are allowed to bark from the porch. We'll let you bark. You can talk all the shit about what we're doing, but you don't run down off this porch and bite nobody. Because then we'll have to put you down. And as long as we can, as long as we can keep a grip and get a grip, and this is let me land this here. This is what's in y'all hands. I'm out the game. I'm not really I have to give it to y'all so y'all can give it to the people under you. Hip hop is yours. It don't belong to nobody but us. There was nothing like it before it. They didn't want it. It's our story, and just like our culture, it's a reflection of our culture. Niggas love when somebody come from another culture and say the buzzwords that happen to be happening right now. Oh, you accept us. Oh, it's so wonderful you get us. That shouldn't be hip hop. Nigga, we need to have a VIP section that your ass can't get in just because you came from Canada. Like the Sicilians. In the mob, if you ain't from Sicily, bruh, you can only go so high. You can be Irish and in the mob, but if you Irish and in the Italian mob, you ain't gonna never get made. We don't have a made system. How the fuck did Drake get made is my question, and I'll leave it there.
And like I said, real quick, I'm gonna let Tori get it because she was talking before. Real quick, like I said, y'all, because I got somebody else about to come on here. It's like, Illa don't have a dog in the race. I think Kendrick said a lot of things we felt. I think Kendrick said a lot of things we've always knew. It wasn't news to me. I always felt like, you know, he was able to take advantage of a comfortable atmosphere. But like I said, we always accepted him. Our culture accepted him. You know what I mean? Most people, it's funny, most people I know, I'll be talking that Kendrick shit. They be like, oh, listen to Kendrick. These same people now is telling me, it's like, I'm just saying, all right. Because I like Kendrick a lot. And a lot of people I know, they be like, I'm saying, like, Kendrick cool, but I really be on some Drake. Shall I fuck with Drake? I fuck with you. Just like, okay. So it's like now, because let alone we did, like you said, we let a lot of people into hip hop to participate, but we also let a lot of people control hip hop. That's the big deal. So okay, Drake is gone. Now what? Are we ever going to address? Because like even Pusha T exposed. I guess he exposed Drake. I guess because I feel like what he said was more catty than a real like low. The blackface was okay. He cornered with the blackface, but he got a son. It's like, do we take care of him? Oh, if he do, okay, it's none of my fucking business. You know what I'm saying? It's like, all right, but people say that was and I'm like, people just want to see Drake lose, and it's like I want to see him come. If a nigga come with it, come with it. I'm not gonna just give it to him though because I'm a hip hop fan first. Hip hop, this shit ain't bigger than the hip hop, and I definitely understand the conscious part of hip hop. That's my favorite part. But like I said, black people send mixed messages to the world. We send a lot of mixed messages. So we can't make it seem like we come out like we all unified. No, we don't. We send a lot of mixed messages. So people who don't really understand the culture can easily misconstrue what we like and can easily misconstrue what we don't like. Drake can easily misconstrue what's dope and what's not. And I feel like based on his position in the game, that black people put him on as well as the system as well. But most successful black dudes I know, they listen to Drake more than they listen to Kendrick. I'm the Kendrick guy. The dudes I know that's getting bread and really making busting moves, they Drake guys. So it's like,
but I feel like
it just feels like a synthetic divisive moment. You know what I'm saying? Because Drake is no more what he is today than he wasn't before. You know what I mean? He just wasn't. And I just feel like it's a time. I feel like people know how it's a time to monetize opinions and monetize off of divisiveness. Because, like I said, if we really want to get to because Kendrick took the moral high ground route. If we're gonna take that route, there's artists whose music is way more destructive than Drake's. It just is. But I'm gonna bring.
They didn't step up.
It's two people trying to get him. Okay, so solid, bro. It's a closed panel, but I'm gonna let my man come up. This is my man, but it's really a closed panel. Everybody that's up, they've been invited. They just came the ratchet way, but it's all good though. I'm glad y'all here, man. I'm glad y'all here.
Look here, man. I got some shea butter on my glasses. You know how long it take to get that shit off? Don't ever get no shea butter on your glasses, KYD. That's gonna take up your afternoon trying to get that shit off.
Peace, Red. Welcome to the panel. I'm glad you can make it on such a surprise. I didn't know you was gonna pull up, but I'm glad you pulled up. I'm sure you got some smoke for the panel or some perspective. But I don't know how long you heard the conversation, but
I've been listening. You know what I'm saying?
Okay,
I've been listening, and
my perspective in it is our people and how they his device dropped.
Well, that Puma hoodie was disrespectful. I was digging. There you go. Hey man, look, young man. I'm gonna go ahead and hate right in your face, Richfield. I'm a Puma head, and I don't know where to find that sweater. That hoodie is disrespectful, and I'm gonna hate right in your face.
I feel you on that. I got this in Atlanta.
But hold up, but before you go, Red, Tori wanted to drop something real quick, and I don't want to skip her.
Nah, it's cool. I don't remember the point anymore. I got too caught up in what everybody was saying. We could just keep
Kid,
on.
Kid, you said something you want to add to it? Kid Works, you want to add to that?
Oh, you said me?
Yeah, you had said something you want to add to?
Shit, what was I about to say? Oh yeah, I was just gonna piggyback off of the whole this is a synthetic moment, to the point that, you know, as organic as we might want to take this beef as being, you know, just a quick segue. We got real issues going on financially in the country, globally as a human race. We're watching the destruction of the Congo. We're watching the eradication of an Islamic principality in Gaza. And lo and behold, we have riots across the country that aren't being reported on. High school students and college students standing up and putting in the footwork the way that our predecessors taught us to. And we, quote unquote, when I say we, I'll talk about the hip hop community and culture. And I don't know if we millennials or whatever the fuck we supposed to be, but we're caught up in Diddy. We're caught up in Kendrick and Drake. So yeah, I see if we're taking the optics step, it seems auspicious, suspicious to a degree that all of this is unfolding all at the same time. But you know, c'est la vie, such is life, right? Maybe it is all just coincidence. Maybe everything that just magically happens to take our eye off the true prize as the common man, as the people that are seeing the government break us down to the bare bones in real time. We're caught up in entertainment. But hey, historically, they did the same thing in Rome. That's what the point of the Colosseum was.
Facts.
Bread and circus.
Word. Who wanted to jump in there? Red, you want to jump in?
So I just want to say peace to the panel and everybody. I'm not familiar with everybody on the panel, but peace and love to everybody. You know, yeah, I'm gonna give my take on what I was hearing and how I see this whole thing. You know, let's just get what Kid was saying. Let's pick up on that. You know what I'm saying? The fact that, you know, he stated that the world is in turmoil and the shit is upside down, and you know, niggas is focusing on a rap battle. I won't even call it a rap battle anymore. It is a rap war. Blood has been shed on both sides, you know, and the hypocrites that are considered the Drake you know, supporters, you know, they didn't have any love for our brother Amir, aka Cash XO, who, you know, he got his house shot up. You know what I'm saying? That's when the shit turned from a rap battle into a rap beef. You know, Abel is he's a owner of a record label, and he got his house shot up in Los Angeles, and nobody said nothing. That was the beginning of that weekend, last weekend, where all of this music was dropping, but there was no headlines, there was no outreach, there was no call for a ceasefire. Motherfuckers wasn't having no type of, you know, Universal wasn't calling nobody, Nike wasn't alarmed. None of this shit was going on until they came after that boy. You know what I'm talking about? And I'm ashamed of my people because y'all continue to let these motherfuckers come into our culture and hoodwink you time after time after time. We're gonna nip this shit in the bud about racism and all of this dumb shit that people be trying to say about Drake because he's a biracial kid and whatnot. Nobody never said nothing about biracialness. Kendrick never said that your ass was a mulatto or biracial or your white mama. He didn't get at him about that. You got to remember, there's an issue that these men have. There is such an issue that they can't even really talk about it on wax. It's Drake's ethnicity. He's a fucking colonizer because of his ethnicity. So if you crying for Gaza, and if you see what's going on around the world, 80% of the world's issues going from the Congo getting raped. Who's doing that? Big tech. Where they from? Where they from? You gotta be able to say where they from and stand on that shit. Cause everybody's so tough now, and everybody got these opinions. And I'm not talking about the panel, I'm just talking about our people in general. but they're making these statements and they're sounding so uninformed that it's like that's what killed the battle. The fact that niggas don't research and they're not fucking enlightened like that, and they have the audacity and the fucking nerve to try to come at people that are smarter than them and try to come at people who have more intelligence. You're not going to Sharif this one. This ain't Minister Society, ain't Boys in the Hood. Niggas that are intelligent will smack the shit out of you these days. It's not Sharif anymore. We're not having that. We literally carried this whole fucking culture on our backs for goddamn 10 years. I don't know what Black Twitter was doing, but I know my community. I know the conscious community. I know that these teachers that y'all be trying to clown and make memes about, they picked motherfuckers up when niggas was on their knuckles and they didn't have nothing to stand on. Remember, Black America was tucking their tail, getting shot down from Trayvon Martin all the way up into George Floyd, and ain't do nothing. You niggas ain't pop nothing off. So the fact that you were underneath the spell and you was in these parties and you were standing on couches and you were celebrating no victories because your boy Drake, the fucking the small hat wonder boy, because that's what he is. So the issue is not about race, it's about ethnicity. It's about the fact that Drake belongs to an ethnic group that is out here killing babies. Drake belongs to an ethnic group that is out here ripping the Congo from all of their resources. He belongs to an ethnic group that is out here committing war atrocities, and they're bringing us into some type of fucking war. And nobody got nothing to say about that because they're scared to even address this man. The fact that because if he's standing on it, you're going to get the shots. So he never talked about nothing in Black America. He never talked about nothing in Black Canada. He never talked about near issues. But the nigga started out as a backpack rapper. I was listening to Drake when Obama was president before the mixtape. This nigga he was a conscious rapper. Kendrick was a conscious rapper. But Kendrick told you niggas that he was a hypocrite. And that's the problem. Y'all be trying to measure motherfuckers like they Malcolm X. That's not what we dealing with no more. We're not no Malcolm X ass niggas. We come from the streets. We come from the gutter. We come from the darkness. We come from the underworld. We got our shit together. Why y'all bothering us? Why y'all be trying to talk crazy to us like something is, you know what I mean? Like we not doing what we came here to do. What are y'all doing? That's my question. All the niggas in the club, you niggas is 40 years old. You've been throwing money for 10 years. You don't got nothing. You don't own nothing. I'm in Atlanta. These niggas is out here fronting. They don't own nothing, bro. They don't have nothing. They don't got no power in Atlanta. God damn it. These crackers own everything. And they running around like they doing something. No, y'all wasting money. Y'all wasting time. Y'all need new leadership. So if hip hop is such an influential culture, y'all need new leadership. You need a new voice. Grow the fuck up. And I'm not talking to y'all. Grow up. Everybody coming with these childish, oh, I was listening to Drake in high school. He helps me dance. He helps me dance better. Yo, our culture needs to grow up, bro. This shit is disgusting. Our culture needs to man the fuck up. We're in 2024. Cars is about to start flying. There's all of these wars kicking off. So why wouldn't there be a war in hip hop? The whole fucking
I told
Republicans and the Democrats is at war. Skinny niggas is at war with fat niggas. The Ukraine is at war with Russia. Gaza is getting ethnically cleansed and genocided. Why would there not be a fucking war in hip hop? I don't understand. And why is you niggas acting like y'all vegans and whatnot and y'all don't like beef? Like I feel you. Like, oh, they taking it too far. Academics talking about, oh, they taking it too far. Academics, you built your channel off of black men killing each other in Chicago. Academics, you was just dick riding Vibes Cartel. Academics, you be running around because you one of them Poindexters. You like Aiden Ross and all of these other dudes, Vlad and Adam and all of them. Y'all are Poindexter. Y'all are citizens who get off on black death and black murder, and you cosplay and you live vicariously through these quote unquote action figures. Like these are like you know what I mean? But whenever something goes wrong, you try to move the goalposts and you niggas turn into citizens. I'm not here for that. If it is what it is, so don't tell me that Kendrick running down and walking this nigga down is too much. No, it's too much to your ego. You feel you live in vicarious. So every shot that Drake hits, that hits Drake, it's hitting millions of these little niggas out here. It's hitting these girls, it's hitting these guys in Canada, it's hitting dudes that are, you know, online, it's hitting these streamers, it's hitting these YouTubers. They're taking it personal
because they
because
gotta change.
we live in this culture of celebrity worship culture where people literally live vicariously through the artists. They literally live vicariously through the artists. So if you do something to them, it feels like these because we talking about fandom, it feels like it's happening to them. You seen DJ Academics melting down and crashing on live in front of 100,000 people. This nigga didn't even he was saying nonverbal things.
But I just want to interject real quick because I heard you loud and clear. You made some great points, but I think it's easy for us to generalize because we don't know what everybody get from everybody. We don't know what everybody get from every artist. No matter, I'm not a Drake nigga, but I know when I'm out here outside in these streets, when I'm talking to black people, they be talking this Drake shit. They don't be talking about Kendrick. They don't be talking about J. Cole. They don't be talking about none of these underground artists. They be talking about mainstream artists. They be talking about cats like, you know, Drake. This is what I get from the culture. When I be like, yo, y'all fuck with that Kendrick, they don't be messing with it. So for everybody to jump ship at this moment, it can be taken as synthetic because the European influence has always been in rap culture. The Jewish influence didn't start and end with Drake. And the main problem in hip hop is more than just the face. It's the type of concepts that's coming through in the music, regardless of who say it. That's the real problem in hip hop, is what these people are saying. So I feel like it's very convenient for us to look at, okay, Drake, of course, he got a lot of obvious surface low-hanging fruit that we all could pick. He's Jewish, he's from Canada, he's corny, he's an easy fucking target, but he didn't just become that target today. He's been that since he came in the game for me. So what I'm saying is, if you want to go down the road of the morale, the character, he don't belong here, the culture allowed him to come. The culture co-signed him. And if we remove Drake, will the negative energy in hip-hop remove the death culture? Because that's the real energy in hip-hop, is the death music. Drake's music is not socially conscious, and I don't own Drake music. Like, I'm just a very honest person, and I just don't go with what feels comfortable. That's just me. And I don't want to go against anybody. I'm just facilitating conversation because no matter how much I may not like me, I'm not a Prince fan. I don't think he's cool. I don't like how he dresses. I don't like how he sounds. But
you need to watch yourself, young man. Are you talking about Prince?
Jeff, please. I'm not a fan, but he's beloved by Black America. But people can make an argument that how he looks, how he presents himself, how he can kind of open door for a different type of sexuality that's not quote unquote the Black thing. But he's beloved by us regardless. So what I'm saying is, if we have accepted, whether I've done it personally or not, but if I see my people accept and beloved a certain person, then when they choose to do that, I have the right to look at all factors involved because it's highly suspicious. Because no matter how much I don't like Prince, he made somebody else's day. He affected somebody else for some reason that they liked him and they like his music. So regardless of how we may look at Drake or Kendrick on the surface, there's somebody that only liked them for their music, and their music in some form or fashion did something for them that has nothing to do with us. So I just try to be objective to the bigger scheme because we are it's a big world out here, but I digress. Anybody want to take the floor?
I want to really add on quickly what you said, Ella. Look, I'm not here I don't work for
No, it ain't just about you, though. I'm just talking about just in general.
No, I know that, but at the end of the day, people are gonna rock with who they rock with. By show of hands, how many people are fans of battle rap? Because I heard you earlier say something about that. This is battle. I don't know what you was looking at, but this is battle rap. This was URL battle rap, fam. This was a 3-rounder. Okay, it was a 3-rounder. Like that is the call out song. The same way that one of the battle rappers will get out there and be like, "Yo, Hitman, holla, you can't do nothing to me." Ask Nas, he don't want it with Hove. Remember that?
Of course, bro.
Remember Ask Nas, he don't want it with Hove. That was the call out at the Summer Jam, and then he dropped Takeover and got busy. So Kendrick called him out and gave him 3 songs. They went 3 for 3. The boy got his shit rocked. Okay, he might have got a gentleman's 30.
Huh?
He didn't get a dirty 30. He might have got a gentleman's 30. I'm viewing everything through the lens of battle rap because Drake was a fucking battle rap stan. Go and ask Caffeine, go and ask Smack. Drake was throwing money up. He gave Geechee Gotti and them 150 bands, right? And of course, we know that Kendrick is tapped in through the battle rap. So they were battle rapping. Two things that go down in battle rap. They talk fucking greasy about each other. And I never see nobody. I didn't see, once again, because this is a pop star, niggas is acting poppy around us, right? Niggas is popping they fucking collar because a pop stars getting washed. Y'all didn't say nothing when Tay-Rock was killing his opponent and telling him all kind of shit about his mama and whatnot. Y'all didn't say nothing when Tay-Rock was killing that fat girl Official and was talking about her bad body and everything. The shit went viral and everybody was laughing about it. Get the fuck out of here with all of that shit. I'm not here for that. I ain't talking about nobody here. I'm just saying I ain't here for that. When you go to battle, you gotta crush your enemy. I study the law of power. You don't let that nigga get up, bro. So you go in, and to be honest with you, it was a genius rap battle. Kendrick came out, he baited him with a song that was real Euphoria. That's my best song. Then he hit him with the 616 that was kind of slow. Then he hit him with the Meet the Grams, and then he hit him with the Victory song. And then by doing the Victory song, he involved his whole coast, and they dancing on this nigga right now as we speak. And that's what you do in a battle rap. It wouldn't have sound the same if the lineup was different. So it is a battle rap, and Son got washed in a battle rap. Why? And I don't give a fuck if little teenage girls start listening to Kendrick. Kendrick didn't take over my life. I'm not worshiping no next man. No, it is a battle rap. And Son said it is time because y'all in hip hop said that you wanted something new. You said that you was tired. You said that you was done with all of that bubblegum shit. So it's just time. Timing is everything. And it was time for the regime change. The regime has to change, and the shit has changed.
I hope it does, though, man. I'm a fan of Kendrick Lamar. I'm
not saying anything. I'm just saying that certain music could be an opiate. People be like,
all right, let me say this real quick.
Certain music could be an opiate because people love escapism. It's apparent that people don't like to think because when it came time for the double entendres and the triple entendres, niggas was out here, they hardware was crashing. Motherfuckers was short circuiting like, I can't listen to that. I'm used to too much bubble gum. I want to pop my ass. Get the fuck
but that's why it wasn't really.
We gotta let other people get in, though, beloved, because
go ahead.
I want everybody to be able to get in this conversation. Like, go ahead, go so solid. Go ahead.
I wouldn't really say it was battle rap though. I'm not like a real big fan of battle rap, but I do know that battle rap is real big and different from hip hop beef. You know what I'm saying? Tupac and all the stuff that we know is like hip hop beef. That shit way different from battle rap. These battle rap niggas be on stage. It don't be no music on. You know what I'm saying? It'd be hella theatrics. It'd be close to your face. You could feel the spit on the nigga's face. Like it should be like real physical. You know what I'm saying? So it's like when it comes to this hip hop beef, that's why you get all the shit bro talking about. Cause it's not like that. Like people know what to expect in battle rap. And they know that it's gritty. They know that it's grimy and shit. But when you got like a pop star, like, you feel me, Drake and Kendrick, and they up here rapping with Taylor Swift and all these other people like that, and they talking greasy like that, it's like more shock value to some of the fan base that don't know they get down like that. Because they got a huge ass fan base. You feel me? Like they got people that's listening to them all over the world, and they only listen to certain songs that they make. So then when this shit get put up on a big screen like that, and they over here talking this greasy shit, this shit gonna get proportions.
How you know it wasn't a business plan though? How you know it wasn't a business plan to help boost the motherfucking record industry that's not selling no music? This was a win-win for Lucien and UMG. They introduced battle rap for some of the two biggest artists in the motherfucking world. It's not the traditional battle rap. It's a merger. It's a fusion of what Drake been studying with Smack DVD. He stole again, more than likely, and they fused it with the battle raps from the back in the days, because the closest that I could say the Drake and Kendrick thing is Nas and Jay. It's not Biggie and Pac, and it's Nas and Jay in a sense. Nas is Kendrick, Jay is motherfucking who, and there's been corrections in the industry, and it happened in the way of a battle rap. So the same way that Nas corrected the end, he corrected it when he sat that nigga down. I don't know if y'all was around for that, but people were saying the same thing. Yo, this shit is getting too superficial. It's getting too materialistic. Niggas talking about rapping, selling crack all day. Niggas talking about all of this dumb shit. And then Nas came and he washed them up. Not to say that the industry leveled up with Nas or they went in a whole different direction, but things began to shift a little bit. Certain artists that would never be heard got heard. The most decisive battle in hip hop was 50 Cent versus Kanye. That shifted the culture forever. Because when Kanye beat him, that brought you Lupe, that brought you Pharrell. Pharrell was already there, but it rose there, quote unquote. It brought all of the nerd rappers. It brought all of these, what y'all call conscious. Those are not conscious rappers. It brought all of these alternative rappers to balance the unbalancedness of all of these thug rappers and all of these gangsters and all of that. All of the mixtape rappers and whatnot.
Word. Hold that thought. I want to jump in there. Hold up. Who had their finger? I want, there's a lot of wisdom on the panel. It's a lot of people with different perspectives, and like I'm saying, like I want everybody there to get their time.
It sounds like somebody blowing air out their car.
It's whoever driving. I'm sorry.
Yeah. It's a lot of perspectives. You know what I'm saying? So I want everybody to be able to get something out, because it's about the crowd. I want the people to be able to get something, because I don't have all the answers. There's a lot of people in here that got more answers than me. We all got different perspectives. I'm just challenging certain notions, because I feel like the people, I've seen this movie before with our people, and the fact that we could jump based on the images show you that somebody's making us go here and go there. There's always more to the story, and I feel like our people, because Nas my favorite rapper, he did win the battle, but then a couple years later, people saying, well, Jay signed him. Like the essence of why he won easily got lost in 2 years, and it was back to being about, well, Jay-Z got more money than him. So I'm just saying, y'all. I'm just saying. But go ahead, Jeff Brown.
Okay. I'm gonna say this as fast as I can. Something your man Rich Phil said a few minutes ago about Atlanta and how you see these people with all this shit, but they don't really own nothing. What you're watching is everybody here play Monopoly, right? Well, who wants to play with this deal? Everybody get to buy property except Solid, but I'm gonna give Solid $5,000 when I give everybody else $1,500. All Solid doing is going around the board spending money. He look good spending money, but he can't buy shit. This is what these people are doing, is that they've been given the opportunity to get in the game, but you can't buy no hotels. So all you can do is give the money back. If you don't know not to give it back, if nobody's ever taught you how to deal with the money, then that's something that's a loop that eventually, when you run out, we're gonna put another nigga in that place to run that same loop, and that's all. This is a perpetual cycle that you can't get off of if you don't expect more from the music. We don't expect more. This is a collection. What we're looking at here right now is a collection of jazz aficionados discussing the music art form in its entirety. We want more. We want more. This brought me to Kendrick's rap subjects. Kendrick is not rapping on shit that Rich Phil was talking about. That's what I was talking about, the dog allowed to bark from the porch. He can't talk about that the sun flares and the earth about to change polarity and the Congo. He says no. I'm sure he got something to say about it, but he's not allowed. Yeah. And then something you said, Ill, and then I'll get out the way about the dudes that you hear that are making money are talking about Drake. That's not a coincidence.
Of
Who are they
course.
supposed to be talking about making money? Immortal Technique? That's going to make them think about how they making their money. We need Drake is circus and bread, brother. We got to have these niggas sleep and listening to something in the club.
He's
So it's
aspiration
gonna
rap.
be this dude right here. And then I'm gonna say this.
Everybody talking about Drake. Hey, my bad, Uncle Jeff.
Your shit going in and out, man.
Yeah, you going? Yeah, yeah. You kind of broke up a little bit, but I'm gonna say this and get out the way. No, go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
Okay. My fault. I was just gonna say everybody that's talking about Drake, all the niggas he's beefing with, man, needed Drake for something at one point in time. You know what I'm saying? And everything, but
Bro,
you
you sound
Sound like you driving to the moon, bro.
I can't hear you, bro. You gonna have to come back, my boy.
Go ahead. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Can I add
But
on
nah,
to that?
but I like where you're going with that. You know what I'm saying? It's like I'm just looking at the bigger picture. You know what I'm saying? It's like the people already accepted the person to a degree. You know what I'm saying? And
Real
now
talk.
all of a sudden he's just the enemy of the whole thing. It just seems very convenient. It's like I've just seen this movie before. I feel like the main components that are really affecting Drake may represent the structure, but it's other artists that represent the narrative, because like y'all say, he's not us. He don't speak for us. So that means who when we listen to him, we're not listening to Drake for instruction on how to live. Drake is for when you are, Drake, and I don't listen to Drake. I'm just being objective because I feel like as somebody who speaks to just people in the world, I'm not going to let what I personally feel override everything, because no matter what I think I know, somebody who I don't like is loved by somebody else who got nothing to do with how I feel about them. Period. I'm just trying to be diplomatic.
Journalistic.
My teachers who I learned from is Phil, Bobby, Shake, Drew Pookrum, you, my brother Red. I learned from Red. I learned from Blue. I learned from AA. I learned from life. I learned from my mother. I learned from my father. I learned from people I know. I learned from everybody. It's all one thing. But I know my people, and our people too. We be on some bullshit too. And we invite a lot of people to the party, and then we feel like fronting on them, especially up north. Up north, the nicer you is to niggas, the more they take advantage of it. Where I'm from, you show niggas love, like, yo, son, you come to my crib. Oh, yeah, bro. Yeah, my mother made extra food. You can eat that shit. Niggas like, so we about to get that nigga. That's the journey. That's the East Coast I know. That's what I had to adjust to. So it's like we got to be honest about what we create and how we misrepresent ourselves to people who are not totally entrenched in our culture. Even when we look at people from other regions, like black people on the West Coast, they think they know what the East Coast like, but it may not be what it look like. People from the East Coast, they may think they understand what the West Coast like, but it ain't like till you get there. So I'm just trying to be broad-minded in the conversations I have and bring people that I know have diverse perspectives, because it creates a more organic conversation instead of just an echo chamber. Because when you go outside, everybody's not going to think how I think. Everybody's not going to think how Kid Works think. Everybody's not going to think how Rich think, Tory, Identity, nobody. So an organic conversation is going to be filled with people with different perspectives from different walks of life, that if we're humble and if we hear people, we'll see that everybody has something to offer. It's about putting the pieces together. See, the problem with the black community is we're always looking for a leader, because with leader comes hierarchy. With hierarchy comes oppression. And I'm over you and you under me and you ain't this and you ain't. Oh, I know that game. Niggas need to bring this shit together. Everybody needs to come together. You know what would have been real fucking dope if Kendrick and Drake did the verses, and I got industry people too who told me that Drake originally asked Kendrick, and I'm not trying to defend Drake. What I'm saying is, it's more to the story before we just say fuck him and fuck him. Drake offered Kendrick to be on the third person shooter. It's supposed to be three of them on the song. What if imagine in a hypothetical in Marvel alternate universe? What if first person shooter had Drake, Kendrick, and J. Cole on it? What if that happened?
Now I think when we had the Jay-Z and Nas beef, and Jay-Z was announcing the I Declare War concert, I went to that concert. It was a very like everybody thought Jay-Z was going like air Nas out finally, like, and he ended up bringing him out. It was a very like telling thing. Like it was like very emotional. I guess being in
I
the
remember that.
all of that. I don't know if everybody remember that concert, but that joint was like everybody was so like, yo, it was everybody was hoping for the negative thing, and then something positive came from it. They came out, even Puff was there. You know what I'm saying? Like it turned into this big major concert based off the beef. You know what I'm saying? I think this one could potentially. It would be dope if they were to do the same thing, minus like the bloodshed of people getting shot up in front of their mansion and all of that. But my question is, like, I know that the topic is like the hate and bias, and I think the consensus in here is that Kendrick won the beef, but all of us in here have had our own individual debates with people who feel like Drake have won, and I'm just interested in knowing like what are some of the arguments that people are using to justify Drake winning in this battle, because it's.
I think he won. I think he lost. I think he lost.
I don't hear no. I don't hear.
He lost. I think it was closer than
No. I mean, I've like each one of us in here probably have been on Facebook or in some capacity debated with someone who feel like Drake won. Like, what are some of the things that people are telling you? Like, because I've been on Facebook.
The overall consensus is that Drake lost, though.
Definitely.
No, I know but I've debated with people who
right. It's not unanimous.
So a lot of people.
But I've had people.
Go ahead. Finish your statement, then Tori, you jump in there.
A lot of people was saying that Kendrick was dry, but to me, it's like basketball, right? So it's like when you go to a basketball game, you can look at both teams warming up, and you got one team who doing all the double dribbles and the back and behind the back passes and the threes, and then you see the other team and they may just be doing basic fundamentals, and it's like you could be looking at both teams and you're like, oh, this team about to whoop on that team because look at how many threes and look how many moves they doing, and it was just basic fundamentals. Like it was not, I don't want to say basic fundamentals as far as Kendrick being basic, but it was more of a people did not want to hear or go deeper or have to think or have to do research or have to understand Kendrick bars. They just wanted to be given to
I heard everybody say Kendrick won. The detractors that I heard, if you want to call me one, y'all can do that, is it wasn't as by a landslide as a lot of people think. I don't think no one can say he lost. He lost in the court of a public opinion. He lost on the charts. And in Drake's world, that's all that matters. So he beat him at his own game because Drake is about the charts and public opinion. Kendrick beat him.
See, Kendrick did what Jazz did.
A lot of people feel like it wasn't this. The landslide elements of it is the racial components. You're not really black components. You're not really from the culture components. You're not really. It's like he said things to him that we just not only do we want to say to Drake, but just everything he represents. So it was like it's like the people lived vicariously through Kendrick in that moment. And that's cool. We all need our moments. But I feel like because of those elements and those arguments he brought up, it just made us say, this is, to me, a lot of people say this is the moment. But when me personally, and my favorite rapper is Nas. Like, that's my favorite rapper of all time. I don't think nobody's fucking with him. You know what I'm saying? I think with him and Jay was different because they had a real personal issue. Like I said before, Kendrick laid down the gauntlet to all of them years ago. And obviously he said, I don't have beef with none of you dudes. He said, I got love for all of you brothers. But I want to kill all of you brothers. So he made
I'm trying to murder you niggas.
He said, I'm trying to murder you niggas. I'm trying to make sure your fans never heard you niggas. Yeah. So he been prior to a personal issue. So the fact that at the point you choose to debate and battle with him, all this personal stuff, it's just very ironic to me because the fact that he
go ahead. So earlier you said you thought it would have been dope if all three of them had been on the first shooter thing, right? So
better than what it's turned to at this point.
Right, but what I'm saying is, just like you just said earlier, how he went at them, that was on some competitive shit, right? But he said, I'm friends with all you, bro, trying to murder you niggas. Later on, J. Cole and Drake sent him an invitation to be on first person shooter. Kendrick denied it. That's why they made this about him, because they thought about it as the big three. And when he, you know what I'm saying, effort on what he doubled down on earlier, saying, I'm trying to murder all you niggas. You know, Kendrick don't see himself in the same lane as them. So they took that personal. They made a song about it, and that's what started the whole thing. But as for judging the beef, as for judging the rap battle and shit, I mean, I judge it off two things, bro. They talk a lot of stuff about each other, but none of us can verify whether any of that shit is true or not. Like, some of the shit is verifiable, like we seen it in live time. But the shit that you can't verify, I don't judge. Because why judge? Why try to judge it? You don't know it. You feel me? But the stuff that you can verify, you couple that with how they articulated it into their raps and how they did it creatively, you got to give it to Kendrick, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Because, like I said, my point is about the people's reaction to stuff. Because I'm not gonna meet Kendrick. I'm not gonna meet Drake. I'm not gonna meet none of these people. What we're gonna meet is the people that pick this or pick that, overdid this or over. That's what we got to deal with in society. So I'm just trying to find a rationale plan, because people be going crazy over these concepts. Because if we think about, because our people, we pick and choose when to apply shit. When it comes to sports, right? A lot of people like to compare LeBron James to Michael Jordan. And Jordan is so great on the court that people try to bring up other stuff that have nothing to do with basketball to justify LeBron. For example, people say, well, Jordan was selfish. He was all about himself. He wasn't about his team. He disrespected his teammates. I seen Black America use that as the knock to say Jordan is whack, he's a sellout and all that. And they say, well, look at LeBron. He cool with people. He tries to include them and stuff. He try to work with them. He's always trying to help people. That's what make LeBron doper. Well, Drake extended the offer to Kendrick and J. Cole, his so-called biggest antagonist, to say, hey, man, let's do it together and just, you know, we the big, you know what I'm saying? Kendrick like, nah, fuck that. So in that realm, Kendrick looked cool. But in the other world, Jordan looked bad. It's like we pick and choose when being a stand-up person or being an inclusive person is cool, and we pick and choose when being that way it's not cool. Like I don't give a fuck about these people. I'm trying to understand our people. I'm still trying to figure that out. Like, I know what I know about us historically. I know what I know about us interpersonally. But it's like I'm still trying to get to the root of what are we really trying to do? What are we really saying? Because it seems like we jump from thing to thing based on whatever event happened. And then 2 years later, a moment later, we back on the same shit as far as the music and the content. So I'm just trying to get to the bottom of what really
I think we would be in. I'm sorry, y'all. I don't mean to take nobody's. Go ahead, Tori.
My point was quick. It was quick. Like, so with certain battles, like even, and I'm talking about URL. It's certain battles where I could be live at a battle and think one way, and then when I go back and play it later, I could think a whole nother way. And so with a lot of these Drake fans or people that's picking Drake, I think that some of them later down the line, depending on what they go through in life, will look back at this battle and change their mind. Because if you are living a lifestyle where shit is not going right for you, you don't want to hear no Kendrick. Most people, if they diet not right, if they got a lot of stress levels going on, you don't want to hear Drake. You want to get drunk, you want to party.
Right.
But most people do not want to. Most people don't want to hear that. So maybe down the line,
Kendrick said,
and love that and love homie. I'm not a fan of homie, but I know.
Kendrick said, "You pacify him, I electrify him." Right? You pacify him, I electrify him. You put him to sleep. You're an escape route. You are the quote unquote proverbial party and bullshit rapper. And right now, we don't need that. We had too much of that. There's been overkill of that in the culture. The culture needs some parental guidance. And Kendrick is not the parent of the industry. He said in that album, I'm not your savior. He's not coming as savior. Remember, this is a collective that's coming forward. People are leaving that out. Before Kendrick, they tagged him and said, you do the work. You put in that dirty work. But he did not come by himself. Mm-hmm. And when people are like, oh, they was jumping Drake. What about they're jumping the industry? What if they're jumping Lucian? What if they're jumping the 360 deal? What if they're jumping all of the quote unquote problems that?
What if they storming the castle?
Running this culture, this.
I hope they do.
They're not doing that. They're not doing that because half the niggas that's protesting created that culture.
That's right.
Future Rick Ross, Future, nigga.
Yeah,
Really?
Future.
guess what?
I
Guess
remember,
what?
I remember,
Come on,
Red,
bro.
I remember you said, Red. You said, I
Guess
remember
what,
you
King?
said this, Red. Red, you said it yourself. I remember you quoted. You said, "Listen to Future will not put you in the future." Kendrick came at Drake on a spiritual plane on a Future record, talking about sniffing coke and him putting his dick
Right.
on the thing.
Because guess what happens in war? Guess what happens in war? My enemy, the enemy of my enemy becomes
It's
my friend.
friend.
And when
That
it
is
comes
very
time
true.
to spin on you niggas, I'm gonna get Future. I'm gonna get Ross. I'm gonna get the fucking trenches so we can strike fear. Because remember, we're leaving out the whole thing. Y'all talking about the Drake stimulus package. What did he receive in exchange? You're missing that point, and you're showing you gotta get on your street shit. What the fuck does a white boy get when he gives you your welfare check, when he gives you reparations? And what I mean by that is this: I know people that brought white boys to the hood. The white boy is a fucking come up. He's the reparations check. Oh, we going to the mall. He's buying us sneakers. He's gonna buy the za. He's the stimulus check. What do you give him? You give him your women. You give him a hood pass so he could go to the store without you, right? And you get you. I'm just saying, when they come around, we give them a carte blanche into our quote unquote what is our most prized possession? Our woman. They're not putting our clothes on. We be like, nah, you could go fuck with Barquisha, you know what I mean? Or when we leave the club, we're gonna make sure that she take care of you. We give them hood passes, and we give them the quote unquote ability to walk amongst us. So I ask y'all this: what's gonna hurt him more? The fact that they took that pass back, because you can't come to Atlanta. You could come and perform, you could come and do, but you're not going to Magic City. You're not going to the places that these niggas made safe for you. It's over, my guy. It's a wrap. They're gonna take that pass away. He's gonna say, "I'm good at
That's
this.
real talk.
I already ran through." So the question arises in the situation where they're like, "Yo, homie, low key might have been doing some shit that we don't agree with certain type of individuals behind doors." Because I'm gonna just leave it at this. I'm gonna say this: Kendrick laid landmines in front of Drake's lawn. For the next 20 years, he can't get in no trouble. He can't get a PDF lawsuit. He can't get nothing on his name. He could not make any missteps. That's how the Kendrick got him boxed in his house, hiding in his own castle right now. He got him walking on eggshells. He'll never be seen with Chubbs in him again. Let me say that again. He broke his whole crew up. Drake's mama is on Mother's Day is on Sunday. What do you think Sarah's gonna tell him? You cannot be with those niggas anymore. Yeah, you never had a Jewish friend. I did. That's the problem with we don't know other cultures.
We don't know
you
how.
think Drake
Come
is a
on,
white
man.
boy. You never been
Come
around
on,
a
bro.
Jew before.
I know how
He's not. That's not white. Go and ask your white friends about. I can't even say their names on YouTube. They're different than us. They're different than white folk. And they are cosplaying people like The Weeknd. You know, Weeknd is Ethiopian. He's an original Hebrew. They're cosplaying him. They're cosplaying man like the original Ethiopians from Ethiopia, right? The original Habesha. You dig what I'm saying? The Coptics. That's who them people in Tel Aviv is cosplaying. That's who Lucian is cosplaying. That's who Drake and his mama is cosplaying. That's non-cipher. We're not having that. We're not going with that. So nobody wants to they just want to take him out of the chair. This is Game of Thrones. You could still be in the kingdom. You could still do what you're gonna do because you got dick riders and they're gonna still flock to you. You just can't sit in this throne anymore, fam. So what Kendrick did, because this was a title bout. You know how Devin Haney was fighting Garcia and it wasn't a title bout? This was a title bout. And he took the title. And it's not like Drake is gone. He's going to do what he's going to do. He just don't got the title anymore. He cannot dictate to 12-year-olds up to 25-year-olds because that's the preferred demographic that they're going after. That's why they don't like Kendrick. What the fuck does a 12 to 25-year-old correlate to Kendrick? That's why he had to give them what? They not like us. That's for these little niggas to dance to. But There's people in this culture right now that are deep thinkers. They got salt and pepper in their beards and whatnot. You niggas are still Tootsie sliding. There's a problem. Leave that to your children. I got a 16-year-old. He's for Drake. I'm cool with that. That's this nigga's pop
But
music. That's your demographics. You wanna skeet. You wanna learn how to talk to the ladies. You wanna get your little riz on. Drake is gonna help you with that. But
I
for
don't even
those
think
of
he's
us,
good at that. I don't
real
think
life
that.
issues.
Donovan, hold up. Donovan, get up in
Gee.
there. You ain't talk. Hold on, bro. I want to get everybody get a chance to speak. Dominic, jump in there, man.
Where you want me to
Whatever,
go
at
with
this
it?
point, I'm just saying, whatever you want to add to the comment, we already know what the topic is. Well, I hope we do, because I'm not picking a
Yeah.
side. I'm just saying, I'm just looking at the how we respond to certain things and how we get caught up in moments, but nothing really changes, and it becomes a very divisive thing. So now it's like it's like I keep saying, it's like now, like you ever notice now in society, right? If you find any social issue, especially in this space, if you find any social norm or social schism in the society now, you just automatically a liberal Democrat. It's like, nah, bro, I still see racism and stuff. And it's like, if you say, well, you know what, with this Republican said or this one, that do make sense. Oh, see, you wanted them Trump. It's like, we can't just say, hey, I see this differently than you. And
Right.
when you do that, you become that, and that's what I'm talking about. I don't give a fuck who won this shit. I feel like I should rap better than every fucking body. Not only rap,
Bro, you biting off a lot.
Our people are destroyed for the lack of knowledge, and I feel like we should not hate like this. Hate seems to unify us more than anything, and I want us to get inspired more than from just shit talking. I don't want that to be the only thing that inspires us. Is that? That's all. But I digress.
We like
It's
basketball.
gonna happen, yo.
Bro, I'm from Newark. I love
It ain't gonna happen.
Yeah, I think we had a
Go ahead, Donovan.
Yeah, I think we had a time where you talk about it a lot, the spiritual warfare. I think we had a point where you gotta pick a side. It's gonna be a reckoning coming, and you gotta pick a side on where do you stand. Are you with the bullshit or you're not?
Come on, young man.
And I think, and that's what I think. I'm kind of puzzled because I'm like, why wouldn't Kendrick call this nigga out? Because just like they said, Drake is on the throne at this point, and he not even from this culture. He's not. This is not him. He had to go. This nigga Kendrick said he said you ain't got your cultural cash, the shit that you got on the computer when you save data and shit. He was saying you can't go to them places no more. You can't grab from our culture like DJ Vlad or Adam 22, how them dudes do in the podcast world. They make money off of us. So it's like, you either gotta, we at the point where we gotta pick a side. Are we, like I said, are we with the bullshit or not? And I think that's why Kendrick won the battle in general. Cause he was like,
Let me ask you a question, Illa.
Go ahead.
My bad. I thought you was done, bro. I just wanted to ask a question. It's connected to what you're saying. I agree with you. I feel like we gotta, pick a side and all that. But I mean, like, on some real shit, everybody on the panel, like, do y'all really see in 2024, with all the access to all the bullshit that we got at our disposal, black people actually standing on one side and saying collectively we are not with the bullshit anymore, like realistically?
No. Absolutely. Yes, I do.
What? For real?
Yes.
No, I don't think everybody can make it.
Yes.
I don't think everybody can make it.
With the shit that, I'm not talking about your generation, the shit that you see.
I'm not
talking
either.
about our generation.
I'm not either. Allow me to explain. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Pull up if you in the chat.
The number one, first I got to shout out Rich Phil. I knew when that nigga came up here with that Puma shit on. That's sad. Give you a little some points for that, bro.
Red stage with the Excalibur sharply raised.
Yeah. Something ill said before. The leader concept is played. Who's the Japanese leader? Who's the Korean dude that everybody waits until he say that's played? Because they rally around code. They rally around code. And as long as your code is wishy-washy, it doesn't matter who your leader is. Doesn't even matter.
Niggas wouldn't be able to get in if we had a code, because it's like, okay, Drake's gone. Yeah, the witch is dead. Now what? Are we going to address
no,
the
we're not
that our
letting
kids
out.
are really listening to?
This is what I'm trying.
No,
Okay.
because he still got Future. He still got the niggas that's hating on Drake, that's perpetuating the same shit or worse that he's perpetuating.
Fellas, I'm
That's
trying
all
to.
I'm out here.
I'm trying to cross the street. Cars keep coming.
All right, go ahead, Jeff.
All right.
Number one, the throne is to be conquered and kept as long as you can. You got to take the throne and you hold it until somebody else take it. That's the law of the jungle. What I'm looking at the long game. The long game is this. This binary shit Philosophical was discussing about if I say anything that I like about Trump, I'm automatically making America great again. Neither Trump nor Biden has a fucking thing good for anybody here. Republican and Democrat are the left and right wings of the same filthy vulture that has picked your bones for decades.
Puppet show.
Yes. What we need to do is step back and let this shit collapse and let the Jasper ass Shade Tree House Coons collapse with it. When that falls,
hold on, slow style. Let him finish.
When that falls, the side that you pick,
yeah,
this shit we talking about here, this is the only shit that's gonna last, gentlemen. It's the only shit that's gonna last. I'm gonna say this, I'll get out the way. Brother Rich, the only pushback I have for you is this. And I invite y'all to check him out. My son, I don't know how many of you have heard of the group Audio Push. Octane is my son. His introduction to hip hop was through me. I didn't give a shit about the radio. The closest you're gonna get to the radio is LL. Now we gonna talk.
Hold on, I'm sorry. Sean Bolden, I texted to you, brother. Check your phone, Sean. Go ahead, Jeff.
So I submit to you that is your responsibility to let your son listen to Drake, but he better be able to recite. At 15, it's gonna be a problem if you can't recite either. It's gonna be an issue if you can't go. I need you to be able to tell me the 5 elements of hip hop. You need to be a member of KRS-One's Temple of Hip Hop if you really love this shit. If you're gonna stay in my house with what I know, you're not gonna be a regular 15-year-old. That's not allowed because and I say this to all of you, and I gotta bounce anyway because my housekeeper is down in Mexico, so I gotta mop my own fucking floor. To all of you, I say this. Hip hop belongs to you. It's yours. It's these choices that we're about that you're seeing fall by the wayside. We make the code. The people in here, not the niggas at the club, not the niggas that my man put the damn names back up. I'm high. That my man Richfield was talking about. Them niggas riding around in Atlanta with nothing. Guess what they gonna have when the dollar collapses? Nothing. So we make it. You make it. This, what you are doing right now, this is a panel of deep thinkers. The future always belongs to the deep thinkers. It always does. It doesn't belong to the shallow. The shallow are the herd. The herd belongs to the rancher. And the rancher takes the herd to slaughter for the meat. That's what's up. Now, with that said, I'm real proud of y'all youngsters, man. You doing it right. Y'all got it. My generation made this shit you in, and it's a few of us cats that's gonna try to help us pull up out of this. What y'all doing is that shit. Keep at it. I love all y'all. Get the fuck out your face.
All right, peace. Thanks for pulling up, man.
And can I just do a preface too? Because as a people, you know how we do in sports. We are very competitive. You know what I'm talking about? And social media has created this wedge that we used to, we used to be in a barbershop talking shit. I'm from Brooklyn. You know what I'm talking about? We would be in a barbershop yelling and screaming. I would go to Bed-Stuy, I would go to Crown Heights, I would go to Flat. We would go to different places just to yell at each other and get our shit off. It was always about Nas, Jay-Z, and Biggie. Like he said, who's the best three? Biggie, Jay-Z, and Nas. That was that's a polarizing New York City conversation. It even had niggas throwing hands and slap boxing. So tempers are going to flare because we are emotionally invested in what is called the culture. It's not Drake, it's not rap, it's just the culture in and of itself, like Unc said. You dig what I'm saying? But one of the things that I'm glad that you're doing this show, because one of the things that we need to walk away with, none of us are going to the embassy when we get off of this line. Nobody ain't pulling up on Kendrick's house and whatnot. We don't know these people. We're not locked in with them. So we could leave this shit on the floor because, like, everybody, I'm sure everybody can agree, outside of who our favorite rapper is or who we think won or lost, I think that we could all agree that the culture could use a little bit more of an upgrade. You dig what I'm saying? And some of the things that we were doing perpetually, change is good. You dig what I'm saying? And I'm not saying to throw everything away, but there needs to be some sort of balance. Like on the radio, those 10 songs that they keep playing, at least 3 of them can be a different frequency. At least 4 of them could be talking about something that's outside of the realms of destroying yourself. That's what we're pleading for. That's why I'm like, until that changes, don't let up. Put full pressure, because get this dude out the way and get to the real ops. Lucian, these program directors. Do you know Ebro was a program director and he's running around throwing rocks and hiding his hands like he didn't fuck up New York radio? You know what I'm talking about? The program directors, the A&Rs, these label heads, the people on radio, these personalities, these fucking podcasts and bloggers. Right. They need a little bit of we need to just have all the panel. We all just need to get in a room, because with this internet shit, motherfuckers be hiding. You know what I mean? I come from a day and age you had to face your quote unquote people. You couldn't just they don't stand on stages no more. They just be on this internet. So I think we owe it to one another as a culture to have a closed door collective, especially after what we just saw with this battle. Some of the thought leaders and some of the quote unquote heads of industry, we deserve to sit down and figure some shit out, because like Unc said, what happens if we wake up and this dollar is dead? What are we gonna do? We don't even have no camaraderie right now. You dig what I'm saying? We don't got no camaraderie, dog. And we are the most, and we prove to ourselves once again that we control the pace of the world. We are hip hop. We was the battle. It wasn't just them two battling. We took them off the porch and made that shit a global thing. That's what we do. You dig what I'm saying? And we have to be very mindful of the fact that they are feeding off of our energy right now. We are the batteries. We are battering up something that's coming. They're not gonna let all of this energy that we charge this grid up just go away and dissipate and not use. They're gonna use this energy. So either we're gonna use this energy that we all built up, because the grid is go outside. It's electrified right now. It's you could cut this shit with a fucking knife. You know what I mean? But when it's charged like that, you can light a match and it's a powder keg. Shit can explode. So it's the same thing that you saw happen with the shooting at Drake's mansion. It was a powder keg. Then shots went off and the whole shit exploded. Now everybody want to call for peace and it was a quiet week, right? Because shit almost exploded. So I just feel like this energy that we're garnering as the culture, we don't see energy as currency, and we need to start seeing energy and attention as currency. Because this right here, what we're doing is currency. That in this new world that we're in, Liar Cohen said it on the Breakfast Club. He said your eyeballs is the new currency.
Absolutely.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You go ahead, Tori. Tori, kid, I definitely want y'all to jump in there, please.
Oh,
Okay.
no, so I just have wanted to share because that's what I do. So the whole point of hip hop personal trainer or health and hip hop is because that's what I'm doing. Like I'm pulling up to artist house and I'm talking about on TV or not. I just don't post it, but I'm in there like, yo, you need to stop drinking. You need to start eating like this. You need to start, you know what I'm saying, talking to certain people, start meditating like Brick City Buddha. And I'm introducing them. You know, I'm going to these battle rappers and, you know, I've been doing this since I've been 21. I've been around battle rappers and rappers since I've been 21. And that's what I've been doing. A lot of them are scared. And when I say scared, I don't mean scared of other people. That's part of it too. But I mean, a lot of them are scared to actually be the better version of themselves because a lot of times when they write their raps, right? A lot like Gutter said it perfect, right? He said, yo, I seen people getting killed. I seen poverty. I seen this and that. So I went to the pad. And the thing is that that's not handling the problem. Most people use hip hop to get their frustration out, and that's cool, but that's not handling the problem. You're just pretty much, I don't want to call it ignoring it. You're just bypassing to stay alive or to survive. So when it comes to a lot of artists that are making right now, they're afraid to be better or not be the person that's not making the club music or not, because that's what got them out. And so it is our job to have these panels and have a place for them and other artists coming up to be able to be themselves, because a lot of them have wives. A lot of them pretend like they get a lot of women. They really don't. Most rappers don't really need more than one woman. Most men do need, but most rappers really don't. They really need one. And there are men who absolutely need more than one woman, but it's not rappers. And they're the ones that think they do. And so that's my job. Like I can't say there's artists where I am, and my job is crucial because I can be asleep. I'm so tapped in because of the way I eat and just how I've been my whole life. I can go to sleep, right? And I can share this, which I don't share this with a lot of people, but I can go to sleep and have certain dreams about certain artists and have to reach out to them to just get them warnings, to the point where I've had to track down several artists and sit them down. By the time I get to them and sit them down and tell them everything, 3, 4, 5 days later, I seen artists get shot. And I've been trying to track them down 6 months and say, yo, you can't be around all these different people. You can't serve two masters. So a lot of hip hop artists, that's what they're doing. And a lot of them are jealous because they should have been doing what Drake was doing. They should have been going around other artists and studying, because that was my talent. I'm the one of me and Jazz the Rapper is probably one of the only two, and probably Nunu Nails is probably one of the only women where I have several relationships, and not no sexual, not at all, because I don't even deal with rappers. I have to make that clear because I'm a woman, so I have to make it clear. But when it comes to just being able to go to crew, they don't even allow you to do that. Drake was able to go from Lil Baby to Rick Ross, and they don't allow other men to do that. But Drake was able to do that because of what? Because of his race and because of him being Jewish. It slipped through the cracks. We don't allow other men to be able to be like, oh, go over there and get nice and then get better. Drake was able to go to Rick Ross and study and then get better. And they was being lazy too, because they should have been doing the homework as far as getting more disciplined and sexual discipline and eating discipline and having a balanced lifestyle and having a sleep schedule, because that's what gets you to the top. You absolutely cannot get to the top without a plan. And most rappers rap to get pussy. Most rappers rap to say they the man. They're not really rapping to become the better person, or some of them are just rapping to survive. So when you get to the level of it being, you get to the top of, it's kind of like NBA players. Some NBA players, they're not trying to do more than that. They're not trying to get better because they already made it there. So it's so many rappers that are in the mainstream that they're not going to get to Drake's level because they don't want to put the discipline and work in. And I understand that, because I get it. I get why it would be a thing to be afraid, or why it would be a thing to not do, because when you are a black man, who is on point, make you an even bigger target for other black men and other. So I get it. I absolutely get it. So Drake was like the perfect person to do that, because couldn't no 100% black man do it, because you get killed. Nipsey is the perfect example. Drake was the person to go through to get to the top, and it's being put forth to the light. But this should show that every black man should have done what Drake is doing, so that we don't have to use him to come up or use him for a hit or allow him to come in. We need to, as black women and black men, we need to have both together. You need to have the outside together and the inside together. And that deals with 100% what the rules are when it comes to being a human being, which is food, which is meditation and prayer, which is togetherness, which is marriage, whether it is with one woman or more than two or more than three or more than four, not a bunch of women and baby mothers and women talking about, nah, that's bullshit. So that's all I wanted to say. That's my job, man. It's sickening because, like, even now I can say it because I've been training jobs. I didn't go ahead and stop drinking, and it's like that's so important, man. It's so important because, like I said, when Gunna said, I seen this happen, I seen somebody get shot. That should have been an issue filled with or fixed with violence on top of that. It should have, and I'm saying that because if a white person kill your family by law, by nature, you should have the right to do the same thing if you choose to. But we don't, or we'll do it to ourselves. We won't do it to other races. And then what happens is that we're not letting that out, and it's going into the pen and the pad. It's going to the music. It's going to you not believing in yourself because it's not getting answered. You can't keep using hip hop as a way out without fixing those problems. And that's what happens. Drake could do that because he didn't have none of those problems. So the ups and downs of, do I want to get better? Do I not? Do I want to be a better version? He don't have to do that next. He never lived that culture. So he was able to get a little bit of that, and move up quicker than we had. So that's all I wanted to say on that.
I mean, to be fair though, I can't just throw all these rappers off, like just let them with no accountability. Like they work with homies because he was a hook man. He had good hooks. They do
that with Chris Brown too. But I'm saying it's laziness though. What I'm saying is it's laziness in the sense of, like, to get to Drake level, their pen game matched, or they was higher than Drake. So it shouldn't have been no reason why he bypassed them, except for yourself.
I mean, Kendrick, who was high outside of Kendrick? Like Rick Ross, Officer Ricky? Like, come on now.
No,
let's not act like all of a sudden we love these dudes now. Like Rick Ross is cool, but people had issues with him too. You know what I'm saying?
No, I know that, but I'm saying he's not on Drake level.
Never considered like that high like that.
No, only people that I see on Drake level is Jay-Z, Kanye.
Kendrick,
I don't really
J. Cole of today, like Kendrick.
Yeah, I know, but I'm talking more so about the people.
I like A$AP. I like Big Crit. I like a lot of different rappers, but I be judging shit based on what the people saying. Like if it was go by my list, it'll be a bunch of. I like Planet Asia. Like, you know what I'm saying? A lot of people don't even know who that is.
Real quick.
I was talking about the people that was jealous.
Hey, I know who Planet Asia is. Planet Asia was with. I'm in the Bay. He was on the track with the Jacket.
I love.
Oh, you in the Bay, Solid?
Oh yes, sir.
Okay, shout out to the Bay. I want to ask you something, Tori.
Yeah, sure.
Do you think that Kendrick successfully created another bar to whereas now those artists that you were talking about who are intimidated because they don't have a reference point for somebody at a certain height of success, to whereas they could be like, I don't know anybody that I could be like if I wanted to take care of my children, if I wanted to be on some meditation shit, if I wanted to practice self-discipline, if I didn't want to be famous, but I wanted my shit to sell. I think Kendrick has established himself as a reference point for these artists who would be considered, non-mainstream and whatnot, who still want to taste success, but they don't want to go to Drake route. They don't want to go to let's chase followers, let's chase likes, let's be in the spotlight. This nigga never took a break from the spotlight, by the way, since he's been on, and we all grew up with him in the social media era. If social media was a person, it would be Drake. He embodied that shit. You dig what I'm saying? And Kendrick on the other side is like the antithesis, because in the social media era where everybody was supposed to be famous and everybody's supposed to be on 24/7 and everybody's supposed to be accessible and everybody's supposed to be with everybody, right? He was like, yo, huh?
Yeah.
He created
he was
this
not.
mystique. He was not. He was the antithesis to say we could still be successful and not be on a Drake stimulus package, we could still be successful and not. Yes,
But
yes,
I agree. I agree with everything you're saying. But the reason why I think he was able to do that, is because he's super dope. Like
yes,
he's
yes.
super
Nah,
talented. Like and a lot of
the
these
reason
other
why he was
artists.
the reason why he,
Your mic, bro.
I was just saying reason why a lot of these other artists may not be able to follow the same blueprint as Kendrick, and they want to follow the same blueprint as Drake, is because they not that talented. You know what I'm saying? Like they just not like the way dude can do entendres, metaphors, and like similes in like one bar, bro.
I
Like
don't.
that shit
I
is crazy.
so that's the thing, right? Like he went and studied that. He went and learned that. Like most rappers are very lazy. They're lazy as shit.
Exactly.
Excuse my language. They are very
Exactly.
lazy. So,
Yep.
but Drake didn't. Drake. So it's like any other. Most cultures that come here from another country will do better than Americans that live here. That's just
Right,
what it's been.
right.
So
well,
it's the
can
same
I add
thing.
something to both of
Go ahead,
those?
Sean.
Y'all are making some great points, but let's be clear. Drake advantage was that he had both being Jewish and black. Kendrick advantage
Absolutely.
is that he had people in the industry who shuffled him in that was very connected as well. So both of them had advantages over
Yep.
some similar talented artists that you speak of, sis. And so it's not about a talent. They both had some musical background indoors and advantages that other people don't have. Drake having, of course, more capabilities because of his Jewish ethnicity,
Absolutely.
but
I didn't
as
bring that
well,
point up.
he is talented. You know, he is to
Absolutely.
what you was just saying. He definitely does hold the talent, but he's one of those guys that he's going to get even more mainstream, and that's what he did because he used both uh, uh, his ability to act and or rap, similar to Kanye, and also his Jewish background, and that's what gave him the edge and why he's been so influential in our communities or in our culture rather than most other people. So we can't discredit that or gloss over that. They
Oh no, I
both
didn't. I
have
just
had
didn't bring that
right,
point up.
but
I just didn't bring that
Kendrick
point up.
as well, in case y'all don't know, has had some advantages more so than people just as talented as him.
No,
And this
absolutely.
other,
So when
hold up, real quick. Kendrick's blueprint to get on is not too different from Drake. Now we know they're different content wise. We know they come from a different background. But they both signed to a major label. There's other examples of taking because to a degree Kendrick is a part of the system too. It's just that he's not as deep, I guess, in it as Drake. But like I said, we gotta watch who the system picks us to distract us to party. We also gotta look at who the system picks us to suggest our train of thought. Like I said earlier, Drake represents a surface level, or he's attempting to tap into a surface level of urban black culture. And to a degree, I feel like sometimes Kendrick is attempting to tap into a surface level of what you think consciousness is. Like Uncle Jeff said, it's the consciousness that they chose. Because for somebody that's as commercial as Drake, Kendrick got all the Grammys. Kendrick got
Kendrick is
the
woke.
yeah,
no, I agree.
and that's
He's
not
woke.
necessarily that. I mean, I consider myself a conscious hip hop head, but then you got the woke rap nerds. Those are two different people to me. You know what I'm saying? Those are people who will argue with you how Talib Kweli is better than Pop. You know what I'm saying? Them type of Rich, you know what I'm talking about. And there's no
Yeah,
disrespect
absolutely.
to Talib Kweli, but that's Kendrick speaks a lot to those. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just saying, like, y'all get what I'm trying to say. But go ahead, Sean. Go ahead.
I get what you're trying to say, and also the other thing is that Kendrick leans more towards being a lyricist, while Drake is more of a songwriter, and they are
Thank
two different
you.
qualities of artists. Now they both can overlap. Like Kendrick can write songs not as good as Drake, and Drake can write lyrics not as good as Kendrick, but
Yeah, absolutely.
both the qualities and most people who go that mainstream have both of those qualities. They are good songwriters as well as good lyricists sometimes. You don't need to be a good lyricist to be a good songwriter.
You don't.
Thanks, you know.
Sean,
Absolutely. That's a fact.
Sean,
Yes.
I would ask you, do you equate the lyricist to the MC? Is that are you referring to MC?
It gets too. I don't separate it that much because we sometimes separate things too much to where we divide ourselves, and I don't really
Right.
separate it as much as a lot
Okay.
of people in our culture do. But it can be separated that way. I just don't do it.
I think it's the same. What I was making the point was that Drake was rapping his ass off. He, to me, is the top rapper, but he's not the top MC though. You know what I'm talking about? He got out MC'd by somebody who was a little more quote unquote calculated, and you know his pen went come on, his pen went crazy. Drake's pen went crazy too. But when you go on Genius and read the lyrics, it's not as layered and it's not as quote unquote. And when I use the word poetic, I might lose somebody to make it feel like Kendrick was writing poetry. He's giving a lyricist and an MC what they always really wanted: good, good music, good lyrics, and whatnot. And he managed to do that in the midst of a battle too. So that's a double. You get a double plus for that. Drake
Agree.
rapped his ass off. He
Drake
flowed
had
his
no
ass.
chance. We all knew that.
No, I'm just
Yeah.
saying.
He was to me. I always thought whenever they battled,
Styles, look, Illa, styles win wars. Styles win wars, right? So you gotta always think about the styles that were used. Kendrick hit him with 3 styles, fam. He hit him
And
with
really,
3
really,
distinct styles,
That's
huh?
really,
me
really, the
too.
difference is just your taste. Because those who are lyricists and thinkers will lean towards Kendrick for the reasons you just stated. Those who are not, who are just into different things, might lean towards Drake because it's similar to Pac versus Biggie. You can lean towards Pac because of his style,
Right.
but he ain't
I'm
as lyrical as Biggie and won't ever be.
right. But
Yeah.
that
But people
exactly
argue that.
right. So Pac killed him with a style in the battle, and we can't necessarily say that Pac killed him because Biggie really never answered. We didn't get a
yes, he
battle with
did.
Biggie and
He didn't officially answer, but he did. Long
what
Kiss
you
was
gonna say?
definitely a
You don't
response.
say who shot you.
No, Long Kiss was the
Long Kiss
response.
Goodnight, but Pac is dead, and the album comes out, and he's dead. So that
That's true.
really
He
don't
made it before he
equate.
died, though.
Yeah, and I'm that was an album cut. I'm mostly talking about he didn't give you a rebuttal to hit him up. The shit hit him up so much that he was like he tapped out. So we didn't really get a battle with them. We didn't get a lyrical battle with them. We knew that Biggie, you know, we was in Brooklyn waiting for them bars because he had what it took. But when Tupac came to
And the
hit
whole
him up,
thing is, Biggie would
huh?
have killed Pac.
He was
I'm
still,
sorry. Go ahead.
to me, he was still practicing mercy even after hit him up because that's it. Remember that's his man's.
Mm-hmm.
That's still his man's like that. Like it ain't some like I don't know this nigga, I don't like him. He da da da. No, that's your man who was up before you was on. Pac was on before he was on. So there was still that type of Tony and Manolo thing. Like, I don't want to kill my brother, even though he shitting on me and everything. You got to remember the initial beef, though, was against Puffy. It was a P. Diddy type of thing. You know what I mean? And Big got caught up in that. It was one of those things where I'm not feeling your man, fuck your man, and all of this other shit. And if you need to, you standing right there, you might pick up some shots from him. But I don't want to get too much out of the way. Kendrick hit him with a style. He hit him with the first style with the Euphoria. 3 switches, right? 3 beat switches. He hit him with the switches. Then he hit him with the slow flow. And the beginning of Euphoria is classic Kendrick. It sounds like it's an album cut where he hit him with the sample and everything. That you could have put Euphoria on Damn. You could have put Euphoria on Mr. Morale. It is typical Kendrick. He starts out slow and he builds it up. That song got 3 acts in it. The shit is poetry. It's different. So Drake was killing it. He had the 3 verses too, and he was flowing like a motherfucker. He was flowing. His flow was there. The bars was there, but the
And
energy was not.
his
He didn't have
production
that
as
bite,
well. But
huh?
his production is what carried him through that. The style of his
He got
production, because
40.
he changed up the beats, which was a pretty creative tactic that
Yeah,
helped him out. You
it
know,
So my
did.
Also,
question is this: Are
It
we going
did.
to hold? Are we going to hold moving forward? Is the culture going to say, because today the standard is the MC? That's what everybody's saying today is. Because to me, Kendrick set the standard when he came out. I didn't need this to know what the sound should be. I was feeling it when Good Kid, Mad City came out. I like Big Crit. It's a lot of artists that come out that try to push that. But today is the day that we want to focus on the MC. So my question is that going to be the issue moving forward? Because it's like, if that doesn't
If
change, then it's going to feel like, if we don't move the culture forward musically permanently, today to me it's going to feel like we just was tired of drinking.
if these artists are pushed by Lucian and UMG, if these artists are continue, these artists who are contractually obligated, they are perpetual slaves to these corporations, and we know that these corporations do not have the culture. They don't even, they didn't even mention the acronym when they talk about hip hop in its 50th anniversary. Nobody ever, from Yankee Stadium to the BT Awards, they never said the acronym. It's called Higher Infinite Power, Healing Our People. I didn't make that up. This not some hood shit. This what the fuck they made up in the Bronx, my nigga. When you talk to the pioneers, they'll tell you that's what hip hop is. Higher infinite power, healing our people. So if I doubt the executives know that. So we're dealing with Hip Hop Inc. These niggas are employees of a megaglomic corporation that has ties. That's what they're protesting on the college campuses. They're finding out that the goddamn college campuses are tied into a rogue state, and they're telling these college students are telling their campuses, their Ivy League colleges, to divest from a rogue mercenary type regime that is a quote unquote rogue state. It's the same thing with Universal. It's the same thing with Sony. It's the same thing with all of these four record labels. They have ties to a regime, and those ties to the regime are affecting us all the way at the bottom level, based off of the music that we're getting and based off of the messages that they're sending out. These artists are being controlled by their managers, by their A&R, but not even the A&Rs, by their executives. These executives don't care about us. So if nothing changes and these niggas are still contracted and owned by these labels, nothing is ever going to change. We're always going to get played with. But people who are leading this independent, because Ye, whatever y'all feel about him or whatever, he went number one independently. That was a fucking black eye to this quote unquote industry. Okay, he was not supposed to do that. He gave them a black eye. He showed that it could be done. He showed that in this modern day, with the right type of team and whatnot, you could go number one without the machine. That shit had them shaking in their fucking boots, bro. They don't want nobody to think like that. So the only way that we really could have a real evolution in hip hop is if these niggas get off of that fucking plantation and stop
yeah.
twerking for these goddamn Jews and whatnot. I'm sorry, I don't mean to say that because I don't want to put your thing in jeopardy.
Well, you're making some valid points, but something you said earlier is what we gotta address. You said that we have the control, and that's just not true. We don't have the control. We have the control over creativity, to your point, but we don't have the control over the business, is what you was just describing.
We don't have
And
control
until
over
we
the business.
understand hip hop, right? And until we understand hip hop is a business, not a culture. It's a business. We won't have the control. That's what they understand that we sometimes fall short of.
Right.
We
So
go
here's
ahead
the
and we
five
think about
elements
it
of
as a
hip hop.
culture. I
Sean,
understand. I understand
no,
it.
real
No,
quick.
I'm not. Go ahead.
Here's the 5
And
pillars
let's
of
be
hip hop.
mindful, brothers. I want to get some other people in there too. Now, I want to get Kid. I want to get Donovan and
The
back in there.
first pillar is dance, right?
Understood.
The first pillar is dance. They dancing all around the world, break dancing, all of that shit. They making millions and billions of dollars. They got dance competitions. They got the Japanese is killing shit. The second pillar is art, graffiti, and all type of art. Art is thriving, right? That whole Griselda movement, they bringing art back. These niggas are like art fucking collectors and whatnot. Art is thriving. And if you have your shit together, you can control your motherfucking art. There's nobody that can control your art but you. Okay. People was making, I made hundreds of thousands of dollars on NFTs when the shit dropped. I sell my artwork. I got artwork from the 90s and whatnot. There's nobody telling me what I go direct to the customer. There's nobody in the way of my artwork. I sell hip-hop art. Then the third pillar, right? There's art, there's dance, then there's MCing, griot, right? Being the MC, you know, that there, if you not trying to be down with corporate America, you could make a fucking living doing this shit on your own. There's nobody telling me what the fuck I could do, what I could say, and who I could say. No, that also is direct to customer. So that's 3 pillars of hip hop that we own, right? Then there's another pillar that got taken out of hip hop when Liar Cohen and all of them took over, the small hats. What is that? That's consciousness and that's knowledge, right? That pillar has been returned to the culture and whatnot. Nobody controls that. Nobody could tell you that you can't do a lecture. I could go to a lecture. I get booked by colleges. $10,000 they booked me to go and talk to them. Nobody was in the way of that. Nobody was controlling that. There's nobody that owns me. I'm not signed to no label. Nobody owns my image and my voice. They're not telling me what I could get up there and say and what I can't say. So the hip hop as a culture is a fucking business. Every pillar of the culture is a business. Whether you came into this shit late or you don't know how to control it, that's based off of people not listening and paying attention and thinking they too cool to do shit on their own, and they want to sit on the lap of these people and try to flex like they're doing something. And we like, yo, we don't believe you. You need more people. Those days are over. You're not gonna get rated. Nobody's fucking with you if you're owned by a white man. Bottom line, you niggas
Well,
need to get their shit together and figure this one out.
we're,
Nobody's
we're, act-
fucking with you if you're owned by the label. You
we're,
gotta
we're
wait for a
actually we're
clearance.
actually
You
we're
gotta wait
saying the
for
same thing.
permission, and you a
We're
grown
saying
man.
this.
So
We're saying the
hold
same thing.
on,
The
bro.
difference is,
All right, go
go
ahead.
ahead. You cut me. We're
That's all
saying the
right.
same thing. And what I say, we got to understand it's a business. I'm not saying that you don't understand that there's business that can be made out of it. I get that. The point is that we kind of don't value a lot of the things that you just said, and nobody is in control, even when you're contracted. And Kanye has proven that, to your point. Prince has proven that prior to your point, prior to hip hop. No one can control you, even under contract, if you understand value. And what I is we don't always understand our value, to your point. And so, yes, we can control it. What happens is the people inside the labels, they start making you feel as if you need them, when in fact that's not ever the case. That's the bluff. Now we are hip to the bluff, and that's why a lot of people, and why we're in the position we're into now. Difference is we're not collectively doing it with one another. We're not collectively controlling anything, which is still why, even though we understand our value nowadays, they still control and direct the energy of where it goes, because
Right,
we don't. So that's
right.
kind of all I'm saying. That we got to better understand how to control the narrative, as they would say now. But I'm thinking beyond narrative talk, but control the direction of all of those styles and those elements of the culture that you just described. We
Yes,
got to understand how to control it. And once we understand that the control is not going to happen until we unify. That's our
yes,
problem. We don't unify. We divide, and we divide amongst all of these different categories. We divide
yes.
amongst all of these different types of styles, and within one
Yeah, we're
style. That's
fractured.
why I tried, right. So I try not to fraction it out, because it really limits us to being able to work together, because it gives us more to think about our differences as opposed to our similarities.
And I
Similarities.
got a
I
question.
agree
I
with
got a
you.
question. Hold up. I got a question for the panel. I want Donovan and Kid to jump in and try to answer this. Everybody can answer it. I just want y'all to jump in first. How can we address the artists that look like us and their content in a way where it doesn't feel like we're alienating them? Because we're done with Drake. We moved on. We don't want him around. He's gone. So how do we deal with the artists that are of our culture, who are more influential to the actual youth and how they decide to look at the world? how do we have an effect and have a change on those artists, and how can we influence their message without, like I said, alienate them? Like, what's the healthy way to do that?
I would say that the answer to that will actually add on to what Sean was saying, right? I'm gonna make it quick. The youth will respect that. They will respect the culture when they begin to see ownership, and when they will begin to see people really do it on their own. When they see people utilize, because they're the tools that we could utilize now to make it happen is Web3, decentralized internet, smart contracts, blockchain. You know what I'm talking about? So you don't need we live in a new day and time. You got to use technology for the benefits that it has. We're using technology right now. We're live streaming. You couldn't do this shit 10 years ago. You had to be on broadcast television to do something like this. We're broadcasting to the world live. So technology is our friend when you use it the right way. So smart contracts, you got to get out of those contracts. We got to show the youth you can't be aspiring to go and sign your life away to these people that don't care about you, because we've seen it 1,000 times. It don't work. It is a trap. We got to show them that you could get contracted, and you could contract yourself through a smart contract. You could put your shit on a blockchain. By putting your business on a blockchain, you're not going to get ripped off the way that these artists get ripped off, where they don't know where their money is at. They don't know what the fuck. They don't know what, if they popping in Japan. They don't know none of these things. They don't know where their money is being spent. That's what the blockchain solves. And then being decentralized, where we get off of these central quote unquote networks and we build on our own. We begin to take care of one another. We implement the 1,000 fan theory. If you have 1,000 fans, you as an independent artist can thrive. That's $100,000 with $100 from each fan a year. You selling merch, you selling vinyl, you selling your cassette, you selling t-shirts, you selling concert tickets. There are ways, but it's not going to come to us easy. It's not going to just come to us because we want it. It's going to come to us when we walk towards it, and we have to collectively come together. And like the brother said, like Sean said, we have to find our similarities. We got to identify our differences and find our similarities. So by identifying your differences, you don't let nobody else do it for you. The minute you get around, you identify, yo, we different because this is how we different. This is where we differ. Now we got that out the way, right? Now let's get to it. Because I never seen a nigga go to a club with 10 other people and you worrying about y'all differences. Oh, nah, he a Muslim. I ain't going in the club with him. That shit is erroneous. It don't work. So differences, that's a cop-out still that we use because we just don't like to come together and unify and get busy and whatnot. But those are just some of the, I don't have all the answers, but those would be some of them I would implement.
Can I say mine before I go? Because I gotta take it down, if that's okay. Is that okay?
I was about to end it soon too. Like, I just wanted I wanted Donovan. I want all of y'all to jump up in there.
So should I go next or somebody else?
Let Donovan go real quick, then you can jump in there.
No problem.
I don't know. I don't have all the answers, but I see a guy like Lil Russell, out of the Bay, making his own content, being what the label would be for him almost, as far as just helping him push out his content. Like, I look at a guy like that and I say, if we can have 30 to 50 to 100 more guys that reach his level of success, we can say we got proof of concept. You know what I'm saying? I mean, even with him, you got, a proof of concept, but in the sense of having more people, like he said, walk towards the mission of actually showing, hey, we don't need the labels. Hey, we don't need the money. You know what I'm saying? We don't need the backing of the labels. I think that's where we start. And then I honestly feel like the shit really won't start until the labels fall. Until the labels fall, none of this shit it sounds good, but as long as there's money behind that shit, we gonna be in trouble. So,
but like I said, I want to be clear. The question I ask is, what's a way that we can communicate to our brothers who are in the game that push a certain message in their music? What's a way to get to them and to open up this dialogue without it being feeling like we're alienated these brothers. You know what I'm saying? Because to me, the bigger issue in hip hop is the messaging and what's actually being said out of these artists' mouths, because that's what's influencing the youth more than anything is what they see it and what these artists are saying. So how can we get to the dialogue, the content conversation? Because MCs are not revered like that. It's being revered right now that Kendrick is, doing his thing. At this moment, it feels like hip hop is back. It feels like that in the moment. But for the most part, that's the culture is not embracing the lyricist, the MC. So how can we change that?
My bad. I misunderstood the question.
No, it's all good. But now, kid, jump in there.
Oh, well, actually, the point that I had was in regards to what the other two brothers were saying. Now that you reiterated the question, I might have to think about that one a little bit more because I had something different I was about to say.
It's all good. Kid work, jump in there, kid work.
I mean, if we're looking at specific artists that have the ear of the youth, as far as like numerically the most streamed, the most viewed on YouTube, it's not the Lil Russells, it's not the Big Crits, it's the NBA young boys, it's the Rolling 40s homie. That's the homies with 4 Extra. He got the ear of the youth. So if we're looking at like the numbers, because me, it doesn't matter what my preference is. I'm a lyricist. I've been putting out music officially, independently since 2009. I was putting out music from prison, working with DJ Advocate from Jersey, 2010 to 13, my whole bid. Nobody cared about bars and lyricism even in that moment, because the reality is, since the end of the 80s, in fact, mid-80s, hip-hop has been controlled by damn near the same organizations since they realized, oh shit, all y'all listen to this?
Facts.
Like this, so I hear what all y'all said, and I'm in agreement with Rich Phil. You 100% on point. Sean Bolden, you're 100% on point. But when Illa posed the question of how do we reach the people that got the ear of all children, all youth, shit, I've been scratching my head on that one since day one. Because realistically, once you hit a certain point, every little bit of the machine is coming at you from every direction. And whether we want to accept it or not, yeah, we live on a platform right now. But even Rich Phil quieted what he was saying about dancing for a certain group, because your whole page could get demonetized.
Yep, I did.
So again, the reality is we don't own none of this. They allowing us to do what we're doing right now. So I'm not sitting here saying don't search for the answer. But in real time, none of us are an inch closer to a real answer. Blockchain ain't owned by us. Let's do the research, because I'm in current news. I had a popular podcast about a year and a half ago, and we hit 250 million impressions on a platform we don't own. They didn't let me monetize till a year after that. So again, the reality is blockchain's been corrupted. Mad people done lost their wallets. Mad people done lost money. NFTs got proven to be scammier than scams. So I'm not knocking nobody's hustle. And I'm not saying we shouldn't be looking at the technology. But we don't own the chips. We don't own the production companies. We don't own these platforms. And in real time, once any of us cross a certain line, what happened with Andrew Tate?
I just said that about Nipsey.
But at one point, man's has 6 billion impressions online. His numbers are nowhere near the same, because there's a machine. There's a real machine that none of me included. We really don't understand the depths of the depravity of this machine. And each and every one of us are operating on the micro, not the macro.
Right.
So I don't know. And I've been scratching my head on that, because I've been in the room with the K-Slaves. I've been around. Shout out to Nick Price. Nick Price, my business partner in the Bronx right now. So I haven't had an answer for that one in forever, because every person that's really in a position of power, whether we can see who's behind them or not, there's a force bigger than them behind them. Even NBA YoungBoy, who for years people were swearing up and down was this independent sensation, until the truth came out. Like, there's a machine behind NBA YoungBoy.
Facts.
Hey, can I get my answer again, since I understand the question now?
Yes, go ahead, bro.
So in this battle, you get the answer. You see a guy that's he call out his flaws. He call out his situations that he may have made a mistake in, or he may have went left in. And then you got a guy that's bigger than life that don't act like he didn't get his fame from us. So the fact that Kendrick can call us out and say, "Hey, bro, you kind of a bitch for what I'm saying, moving like you moving," that allow other people, because I'm not even a Kendrick fan, but I was like, bro, Kendrick ate his ass up. You know what I'm saying? No Diddy. And I look at Drake. I would jam Drake all day before I jam Kendrick. But Kendrick made me even realize, like, damn, bro, you is kind of a bitch. Like, you kind of like I seen him the other day with Purple Nails. You know what I'm saying?
This is my thing, Donovan. Because you just said something important. And I didn't mean to cut you off. I'm on you.
You good. You good.
It's like you just said, you don't even listen to his music. And my thing is, it shouldn't take this moment for us to appreciate lyricism and content. Because outside of this moment, most people saying, man, I don't even listen to him like that. And that's my issue. Who we are when on a regular, when it's no drama. What are we choosing in those moments? It's never the Kendrick Lamar music. It's always the Drake. It's the Future. It's like bump the moments. Who are we when nobody's watching? How do we change that? That's what the music I hear all the time. I'm the Kendrick guy. That's why I'm like, my whole issue is not trying to defend Drake. I'm just like, yo, these guys are kind of similar in certain ways. And it's like we're picking it. Are we picking it for a genuine reason? Or are we picking it for because it feels good in the moment and it feels like, oh, we together. It's, a Black Lives Matter type of moment. George Floyd, it feels like that. And we all know how that happened. Because I've seen us do a lot of shit. I've seen us get jabbed. I've seen us vote for Biden. I've seen us think Black Lives Matter was what it was. I've seen us do a lot of shit. And
okay, let me.
Oh, go ahead.
Well, let me say, like, I haven't listened to Drake's last 2 albums. I thought that shit was weak. I thought, like, bro, what you doing? Who are you trying to appeal to at this point? You know what I'm saying? So I haven't even
late, my bro. You're extremely late.
Well, you know what's interesting about what y'all saying? To answer the question, how do we, or what do we tell these young people now? First off,
sorry. No. I'm sorry. I could wait. My apologies.
First off, we got to understand what the power is. Right now, power is money to these young folks that we're talking about. And if in fact we're not going to recognize that, we're not going to connect with them. So in order to either change their mind, we have to change their thirst for money. That's going to be difficult. So what we do is we empower by getting some money. So how do we do that? First off, everything that we're saying, Kendrick, whether it's trash or whether it's one man's trash is another man's treasure. As a promoter, it wasn't my job to like music. It was my job to find an audience for the music that was made. And it's up to us to understand that that's part of the job, is identifying the audience that music is for, honing in on that audience so that you can get the money. Once you have the money, you have the power. That's the difference between only these major labels. The reason why they control is because they have the money to invest in more than the people who have made the money can do. So that's the appeal. It's a glorified loan. And once we understand and recognize that, and we realize we don't need the loan because we can make our own money and direct our own money to where it goes, we'll be better off. But right now we haven't proven that and consistently. We've proven that it can be done. There's been a lot of separate people who have done it. I'll start with Prince. Prince did it. He went around, he understood his worth value. He walked around with money. He didn't even take checks. He only took cash. And then we segue into hip hop. We had some of the owners like the Master P's, the J Princes, they understood and got the money and understood the business and got the money and started giving power. I will say this about Drake. One thing that we keep offsetting on Drake outside of his culture, and he had cash money behind him. Wayne did it right. Wayne is the only rapper who actually put a rapper on. Rappers, not one rapper. He did Nicki and he did Drake the same way because he endorsed them. He relinquished the power. He introduced them to his audiences, and he basically ushered them in. And that was, and then said, "All right, now it's on y'all. Y'all do what y'all want." He did it right. And we're offsetting that formula. We're offsetting because everybody who gets famous, they get selfish and they forget about ushering people in the way Wayne did Nicki Minaj and Drake.
Or when they do usher in cats, it's never cats with a message. You know, they no, I'm not saying
I agree, but that goes back to style. Wayne wasn't one with a message. He ushered them into the audience. He recognized the audience and knew that those type of rappers will cater to his type of audience. He wanted his legacy to continue, so he was like, "Yo, here, this is what I need y'all to do." He gave them formulas. He gave them direction. He gave them resources that allowed them to be able to be successful in the same way he was successful. And we don't do that enough. We worry about people's styles. We worry about what they don't have. We worry about things that really don't matter. Because if we did it with each one of our genres, each one of the style, Kendrick don't belong in Drake's style. They're two different types of artists. So yeah, they can overlap on songs and share the space in certain times, but they're two different audiences. We're sitting here prime examples of those two different audiences. Half of us is into lyrics, and that's why we love Kendrick, and we do respect the mainstream and the songwriting abilities of Drake. And so they're just two different worlds, and we keep on trying to combine them worlds instead of saying, all right, you know what? That's his world. And yeah, you can come over to my world and do a little something in my world. This is my world. Yeah, you can come over into my world and invite each other into our worlds, but stop trying to make Kendrick fans Drake people and stop trying to make Drake people Kendrick fans. They're just two different fans.
Facts. And that's why, Sean, I felt like a lot of people were shocked that I was like, yo, I just thought it was closer than it was, because I felt like, in my mind, I never thought Drake could ever rap with Kendrick. Ever. Let alone rap at him at a time when he's battling his so-called friends simultaneously, and still like, oh, okay, bro, maybe you got a little more to you than I thought. You can never beat Kendrick because Kendrick stands for more than just commercial success in the grand scheme of things and how we view him in the rap community. So I never thought they was comparable. They might be comparable based on success, but as far as how they rap and what they talk about, I never compared them. So it's being compared in front of me, so I have to make the comparison. It's like, based on what Drake comes from, I was shocked that he was able to even participate with Kendrick, let alone really say some shit. So to me, I felt like, with all things being considered, being who he is, he's soft, he's dealing with other people, the guy did better than I expected. Well, I could say, yeah, he lost. It was just closer than it was, because, like I said, we want to add in the extra shit, the culture, the moral high ground. I feel like there's a lot of avenues that can be discovered in both parties, because I don't know neither one of them. So all we doing is dealing with what we heard, speculation. I don't know. You know, they both have been accused of things that can kind of bring some shame, to their name to a degree, or at least contradict the image they try to put out. So I just stuck to the music, the bars, the style, the wit. You know what I'm saying? Like I feel like post Golden Era rap is just like, I could take it or leave it. I don't even compare today's time to like these eras. So just like, I'm just very objective in all, because I feel like they're all just not what I was raised on. It's like some people may do a good rendition of what I was raised on, but it just don't quite feel the same. So I don't hold it to the same standard. So I'm a little more like just watching it from an objective standpoint and then saying, I like him, I like her. I think sometimes Kendrick be on some fake woke shit. Just like I think Drake be on some fake street shit. Like I feel like they both be on some shit I don't agree with in terms of imagery and trying to placate to Black culture based on how they think it is. You know what I'm saying? I feel like it goes both ways.
You're right.
Which one is more detrimental? Which one is more detrimental, real quick? I'm sorry.
It depends on your level of consciousness. Because, for example, right, for somebody like for somebody who doesn't understand something that I may talk about or kid talk about or you Red talk about, a detriment to them can be a person talking about the ills of the streets and giving them false guidance for a low level street energy. But if you think on a level like that's a little more advanced and understanding your consciousness and symbolism, somebody can present some type of ritualistic image that won't affect somebody who don't recognize shit like that. They're like, whatever. And in their mind, based on how they see shit, it's like, oh, that is diabolical. It just depends on where their mind's at to catch it. I think a lot of shit Kendrick is in, people can't catch it. Drake is low-hanging fruit. I remember Kendrick did a whole thing. I think he was in Germany or something like that. And I'm back, and I just want to make this disclaimer. I don't have a dog in this race. Anybody that knows me personally will tell you, Eric is not a Drake guy. I'm always clowning him. Every girl I talk to, I'll be like, yo, y'all love this dude placate to y'all vanity. I feel like Drake does that very well. So I'm just being objective because I feel like in my own little small circle way, I'm not Brian Gumble or nothing, but I feel like I'm speaking to people that don't always see things as I do, my panelists do. So I just try to be fair and objective. My bottom
You're doing
line,
a great job. You're doing a great job. You know,
I appreciate that.
You are doing a great job as a host and trying and it's, you know, you're being unbiased and you're presenting angles and you're asking questions that we, you know, that we and the audience need to hear. You feel me? So
that's all
you're
I'm trying
doing
to
a good
do.
job. This is a healthy conversation. You know what I mean? How are we gonna make it through our quote unquote? There's issues that we don't even know that we got. So communication is key, and these are teacher moments. That's why I prefaced it earlier, like, yo, tempers will rise, and we gonna get active. But I be in the barbershop active, like it's all good. Like we gonna walk away from this shit.
We was raised this way.
We was raised this like this. How we get it in.
But this is the thing, Red. This is why I'm sure that I know what world you're from. This is a whole nother world I'm in, Red. I was raised by y'all, but I'm in a world that was raised by BT, HBCU football, cookouts, trap, drill, gossip, TMZ. That's not my train of thought, but based on how I got introduced to the consciousness of the world, this is the world I was placed in based on the people that invited me. I wasn't invited by Conscious Platform. I was invited by Crew Season. I was invited by Lapeef. There's a niche subculture of this Black YouTube that is like in its own world. And I'm like the fucking alien. So what I'm doing is I'm like the spook who sat by the door. Like I know a lot of stuff you say is 100% official. I know a lot of stuff Kid Work says 100%. I know a lot of shit Gorilla gonna say is official. I realize in this space that it's a lot of Black people that have influence that don't know what the fuck we're talking about at all. And they in places we ain't. They opening doors for people. They hiring people. They like. So I'm trying to blend shit in my own little small channel way.
Right. And then
I appreciate y'all coming here. I'm just trying to facilitate conversation, make people just look at things differently. Because it's like what I was saying about Kendrick. Since I understand symbolism, since I understand etymology, since I understand certain motifs, when Kendrick was involved, he was a women's rights thing. And they was talking about Roe versus Wade. Kendrick had on a crown of thorns with blood coming down. Now, Ray, you know, when it comes to rituals, certain elements need to be required. Two of them are uniformity and chanting, repetitiveness. There's a ritual element to that. There's a nuance to that. You know what I'm saying? So he's chanting over and over. He got a bunch of Black people behind him just in a trance. He's bleeding from his crown. This is for Roe v. Wade. Remind you, the Roe v. Wade law was the law made, and I'm sure y'all know this.
Of course.
It was made on the strength of a lie. It was made on the strength of a white woman saying that a Black man raped her and impregnated her. And because of that, abortion became legal. And we know what abortion is to the Black community. So Kendrick Lamar is on stage bleeding with the crown of thorns, channeling the Christ energy, channeling the Christ motif, saying that Godspeed to women's rights. They judge you, they judge Christ. Now, to the layman who likes Drake, that's not an offense to them. But the people that know better, that is an attack. So when you say what's worse, it depends on where you at intellectually and spiritually at the time. Because it's like you got on 3D glasses. When you put on 3D glasses, like we used to get them old cereal boxes. We put on the 3D glasses, and all of a sudden the cereal box pop up. But when you take them 3D glasses off, you don't see it no more. That don't mean it's not there. You only can see what your prescription can give you. That don't mean that, like right now, there's spectrums of light that's all in front of us that we can't see. That don't mean it's not there, and that don't mean you can't be affected by it. But you won't acknowledge what's affecting you unless you can see it. But just because you can't see it, don't mean it's not affecting you. So that's what I meant by that. But I digress. Yo, Rilla, you want to jump in there?
Mm-hmm. Can I answer the question real quick? Because I gotta go. I never got to answer the question real quick. I'm sorry. Rilla, I'm so sorry. I just wanted to answer it from a woman's perspective.
Can't hear you.
Oh, you can't hear me?
I can hear her. Y'all can't hear her?
You can't hear me? Oh, okay. I wanted to answer the question.
No, I can't hear.
Y'all can't hear her?
Yeah, I think
I can hear her fine. I can hear her fine.
I think Sean just can't hear me.
Okay.
But no, I had wanted to answer the question about you. I'm trying to remember because it was a while ago. But the question was in regards to what to do.
How can we make an influence on the artists that have our children's attention? How can we get them to look at their message a little different?
So just from like a nurturing perspective, one, I don't think we can just because it's an addiction to have money handed to you. Example, why most people don't chase their dreams in the first place. They'd rather go to a job that they can get security from versus doing something that can get them way more. A lot of us do that. So I feel like with the current artists that we have, I don't think that most of them will change because they're already addicted to playing it safe. Like Cardi B had made a point that they asked her why she doesn't make certain music, and she said that's what y'all want to hear. So she just want to make what's going to pay her. But in regards to the youth, and this is where the nurturing part comes in. A lot of youth, their parents don't support hip hop as or art as a form of it being something that can be a career, or it can be something that can make you money. A lot of parents don't take hip hop serious for children. So I think that when we have children who want to express that they do want to be an artist and that they do want to do music, we need to have a lane for them to learn from so that they're not seeking to get just what's going to pay them to prove a point. And also so that they can start at a younger age of learning what they need to learn, so that so having a space for even the parents to bring their children to if they don't know what to do. So I just think that just from a woman's perspective, it's for us to nurture the children now that want to do something that don't know where to go. Because most of the time, most artists, like you said, kid, imagine if somebody is pushing you from age 6, 7, 8, right? And I'm talking real support from family members, from uncles, from aunts, and from them bringing you to other people who care as well. So we just need to have that structure right now. What we're doing, I think that we need to put something together as far as where up and coming artists can come, so that they're not automatically going to places. Because it's like also you got people who pay you not to sign with other artists. So you have artists who actually are nice, and then they'll pay you not to talk about that, or not to sign with somebody else. And so I just think that with the youth, we just need to be able to have a hub where they can learn these things that we're talking about. And that's all I wanted to share.
I respect that. I appreciate you pulling up for real, T.
Thank you, y'all. And it was a pleasure talking to everybody. And everybody have a good night. And peace to everybody. Love and energy.
Love, blessings, and
abundance. Hey, Joe, when you gonna drop the footage, T?
Oh, yo, you know what's so crazy?
What's up?
It's more so because your episode is the first one I haven't done here. It really needs real editing. But I'm getting it done this week. And my cameraman, he in Russia, so I gotta send all the files. I haven't dropped anything. Yours is next though. I haven't been dropping nothing. So yours is coming up next. Yeah, it's already in the works.
We gotta do some more stuff too. Like, I fuck with you.
Nah, absolutely. And everybody, if y'all can please tune into the Health and Hip Hop Show, because that's what this is. That's what it's for. I have episodes on my show where I've had women who had children at 13 and I have episodes on showing women how they can create their own income if they have babies too early. And so I really, really would love for y'all to just please check out the show, because that's exactly Health and Hip Hop. That's exactly what this show is for. It's literally for you to learn as an artist to
So
be able to do it healthy, to be able to do it with yourself, where you can stay your organic self. And so please check out Health and Hip Hop. I would love to have some of y'all on as a guest. So thank y'all for having me on this panel. I really appreciate it, because it hurt my heart to really see grown people be afraid to be themselves, man. I'm around it and they're terrified, man. And so the youth is next. And I don't want them to be terrified, because they don't have that fear yet. And it will turn into that when real stress starts hitting them. They're not going to want to choose the harder option. They're going to want to choose the easier one as soon as they don't know how to handle stress. So that's what we're dealing with.
Before you go, can you drop a link in the chat? Royce had asked, but I definitely want to follow you on all platforms, because I'm on every streaming platform, I'm on every social media platform, and I'd love to tap in with you on all of them and get that support. Get a repost over on TikTok.
Please,
story over on Instagram. I got a little bit of viral content going, so I'd love to be able to what's it called? Stitch some of your content and sync up
I really do need help.
And that's why I do what I do, y'all, because there's so many different worlds that haven't touched each other. And that's what I realized getting into the social media world. There's so many aspects of Black culture that don't know nothing about each other. Like, it's people, I'll be like, yo, you don't know Rashid? They be like, what? I'm like, what? You don't know who that? You don't know who Red Pill is? You don't know this? And they don't know. And they be talking about, well, you don't know who this one is or this. I'm like, I don't know them. So it's a lot of pockets to our culture that we gotta connect. That's why I also want to do this, so people could be able to exchange information and exchange content. Like, these worlds need to connect, because it's answers we looking for that we have amongst each other, but we just not having the conversations with them because we stuck in our fraternity, we're stuck in our religion, we're stuck in our business, we're stuck in our family, we're stuck in our hood, we're stuck in our set, we're stuck in just our fucking ego. So it's like, I'm trying to show that, hey, I know Illa ain't got all the answers. I've read some things, I've studied some things, I've come across things that I went through that gave me a perception, but I don't have it all. And I would just, if I invite you, that means I respect your mind. And I think you have a beautiful mind and you can contribute to the world, even though we may not agree on everything. But the problem with our people is we have to learn how, because one thing we know how to do, even when it comes to relationships, there's a science to everything. There's a science to being together. There's a science to being apart. You know what I'm saying? Just because I broke up with my wife don't mean we got to be enemies. Just because me and you ain't close to who we used to be don't mean we got to be enemies. And I feel like it's just so easy for us to turn up on each other over misunderstandings and different perspectives, because regardless of what is what, we're dealing with the aftermath of a world that has been totally turned upside down. If we was in a hypothetical scenario, all we want to do is live, be happy, find peace, find camaraderie with our fellow man, and go the fuck home and stay out the way and love somebody. That's the real truth. We just got disrupted as a species. So we're trying to deal with just total colonization, everything. But that's the real goal. So I try to keep that in mind when I do my shows. But with that, I digress. Chicago, really appreciate you for coming up. Introduce yourself to the people. Even though it's getting late, I still feel like you should introduce yourself, because, you know, you definitely have good content, even though I feel like you said, you know, you've been taking a break, and I'll be taking a break too, but you're still a well-known face and name in this space. And I would like you to introduce yourself to my platform when it's first time you came, and appreciate you for
Hey,
coming.
no, I appreciate you having me, man. Like, it's an absolute honor. You know, anytime I see you in a space dropping gems, I'm always shouting you out, bigging you up, supporting in any way I can. Look, man, I'm a regular Joe Blow, regular dude from the south side of Chicago. You know what I'm saying? That's it. I work a 9 to 5. That's why I was so late. I was listening to y'all at the gig. I know, but look, I'm listening at the gig, punching the air. then I look. I just stepped away from what I was doing, and I'm in the chat, and you like, nah. We don't want you in the chat. You supposed to be up here, boy. Word. It's a lot that's been said tonight. I think it's all good conversation. Shout out to Uncle Jeff, 60th and Damon. You know what I'm saying? And shout out to everybody else that's graced the platform tonight, right? Ella, I hear you, bro. Like, you know, the people, anybody that's running out saying Drake got washed in a landslide, it was a knockout. It wasn't a knockout. You know what I'm saying? Anybody that say Drake wasn't like it, like if they say he wasn't sliding on Family Matters, you tweaking. That boy was sliding. You know what I'm saying? And there's been a lot of commentary on this in the space, but I think there's so many other gems to extract. One of the things that you guys were talking about, then you said, I hope this is a wake up call to the industry. It's two things that's happening. Is when I typed in the chat, Kendrick removed all the copyrights from the disc records so content creators could eat. That's a direct aim at the industry. I mean, it's still a single. The songs are still at DSPs. Also, hey, for anybody that's trying to figure out, well, why did Kendrick take the cover art down? If y'all hadn't touched on that for Meet the Grams, there's a reason why. Because there is a prescription bottle on there, and that violates guidelines for DSPs. You can't have somebody's personal effects like in terms of a prescription. It violates HIPAA and it violates DSP guidelines. Now, the cover art is still up at YouTube, right? Then there's also a rumor going around that he took the daughter verse out of there. Shout out to Tato Mills. That he took the daughter verse out of Meet the Grams. Go look at it. Some people, to your point, Illa, some people are so invested in this battle that they're creating edited versions and saying, see, Kendrick posted this and took it down. Go to YouTube. The daughter verse is still in there. I have a playlist. I got this the only thing I'm gonna plug on. So I got a 12:15 in Chicago playlist, right? That's chronicling this battle, right? And when you go to Spotify and listen to Meet the Grams, it's still in there, right? I also got it on Good Word. This is why I said when I did my stream last night, or the night before, whenever it was, I said, that stream was going to fit my political connects, right? Because I got people that still plugged in the industry, and they definitely commenting on it, right? One of my guys, he just got on my post and told another guy that's connected, like, hey, some of the stuff that Kendrick was saying is legit and valid, and that's why Drake had to tap out. Regardless of what we think about Drake as an artist, first of all, he's a black man, so let's add that too. Like, that's a black man. He's seen as a black man. He's viewed as a black man. So salute to him for 15 years of dominance, right? However, I think Sean was saying that they have like two different lanes and they shouldn't cross. Well, I disagree with that. Like, I think some of their audience do overlap, right? In the sense, so now let me tell you what was weird for me, but I appreciated it, was seeing Kodak Black on Mr. Morale and the Big Steppers. Like, that was an interesting moment. But Kodak brought some of his people over there to carry, and I'm sure vice versa or whatever, right? But I don't think their worlds are that far apart, because between him, J. Cole, and Kendrick, they all came in as, MCs, you know what I'm saying? Underground MCs, backpack rappers, or whatever, whoop-de-whoop. So this beef has been bubbling like for a decade plus. So it was gonna happen. We just didn't expect it to happen this fast and furious. But I think there's a lot to extract. If you look at Kendrick's discipline throughout this battle, he didn't deviate. He kept his eyes on Drake. Drake addressing everybody else, which, again, there's been a lot of commentary in this space on this, so I don't want to deviate. But Joe Budden did say something. The biggest target was right in front of you whole time. You could wait to respond to Raw. Metro, not even a factor. You responded to a producer. That's not even a factor. Who else? Who else did he respond to? He kept taking jabs at Cole once Cole bowed out. Like, for what? So it wasn't no 20v1. It wasn't all, like, Kendrick's right in front of you. Kendrick not distracted. Kendrick is very disciplined. He's focused on you. You just said he a wife beater. You said the baby ain't his. He ain't came back and said none of that. He ain't defending it. He ain't explaining it. Matter of fact, the way that he's countering it is he's telling you what he's doing with his sons and his seeds. His seeds. He's talking about praying with his seeds. You don't know nothing about that, right? So now he got you backpedaling all over this. It's so strategic. Let me tell you something. I was still breaking down 616 in LA. I was just getting past breaking down the title. You know, I mean, this was the beautiful thing. When I got turned on the rap music, man, by the time you get to Rakim Allah, you have to have a thesaurus and a dictionary to break down what that brother was saying. Negroes was doing that all weekend. Negroes was back to reading. They was peeling back layers. And listen, as much as I want more people from the hood to come with me, bro, and I'm telling you, I'm boots on the ground here. I just know just to pay attention to the ones that are called, man. Everybody ain't coming. Everybody, hey, bro, Illa, do not get distracted. Don't get discouraged, bro. Everybody ain't coming. You preach your message anyway, right? And the ones he that have ear to hear, let him hear. You see what I'm saying? That's who the message is for.
Well, speaking of ear to ear, I want you to hear. I never said that they should not overlap. I
I didn't
said
say that either.
no,
I
no.
said I think you said their audiences overlap. Or
They do
don't overlap. Don't overlap. You
No,
said their
that's what I
audience
said.
don't overlap.
That's what I just clarified. I
Okay,
didn't
go
say
ahead. My bad, brother.
overlap. I said they do. They're two separate audiences. Let me give a different business example, which will have the same conversation in another round. Jake Paul versus Mike Tyson. Two different audiences, even though they are overlapping for this fight. You know, a professional boxer versus a YouTube boxer. They're in two different lanes. They're both boxing. They're both, one is an ex-champ professionally. One is now a boxer in this YouTube world, and he's professionally doing it. And they're they're overlapping and combining their audiences for business purposes. So
Also, you said they're from two different. They're in two different lanes, but their audiences does overlap. Okay, if I heard you
yeah,
wrong, then I'll retract. I'll stand down on that.
that's what I was explaining. Is that they're two different, and they do overlap on a lot of different occasions. Yeah, they both rap, but Kendrick basically his core audience is not Drake's core audience. Is all I was saying. They do have songs that overlap into both each other's audience.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But it's kind of like Jake and Mike Tyson. Their core audiences are different. One's professional and really about the boxing skill and everything, and the other one is we boxing, but you still kind of YouTube, so on and so forth. They have a lot of overlaps, but they're two different worlds. Now those worlds are going to come together in this business venture, and they're going to battle one another, and we will be having a similar conversation once that happens. Who won, or unless it's just straightforward, So
Got
I'm
you.
just saying. So I'm just saying and it's good that we are talking about it. But all I'm thinking is that the business of it, we gotta identify. They both have significant positions in this business.
And I feel like this, Sean. I feel like these two artists are so big that we gotta understand that everybody's not taking from this what we're taking from it. Some people are taking from it like Kendrick is speaking up for the black man, the black race. Some people could take it from his, some people say, hey, it's about time. It's the black brother, he's speaking up to the Jew, getting him fuck out. That some people would take that from it. Some people would take from this battle is, oh, this seems racial. This seems like they're trying to, be racist. Because now black people, I feel like can't be systematically racist. No, because we don't have the means for our prejudice to stop you from progressing. We do a little bit, but we don't have it like systematic white supremacy. We can never be we don't have the power to colonize the mind. We can influence, but we don't have the power to enforce the colonization. They do. So I feel like when it comes to Kendrick and Drake, I lost my train of thought. But I feel like when it comes to Kendrick and Drake, it's like people could take from this hateful sentiments too, because all of a sudden it's like we got new rules now. It's like, so if Drake can't say nigga, then does that mean he just can't say it, or just people who just not 100% black? Like people take stuff from this what they choose to, and I just try to think of all the potential, because at the end of the day, the goal, one thing hip hop, that's why I love hip hop so much, because I feel like hip hop did something that even religion couldn't do. It unified the entire planet. It unified the entire world. I think religion unified pockets, but everybody love hip hop now. So I feel like hip hop is powerful, and different people come to it for different reasons, and you never know what it did. And I think, matter of fact, I think hip hop did the greatest job on racism than any form of spiritual training ever has done, in my personal opinion. That's why, like my nigga Nas said, the ancient manifested hip hop straight off the block. This shit is some ancient shit. Hip hop ain't just a music to me. You know what I'm saying? It's a lifestyle. So I'm like, yo, the goal of hip hop is to bring people who wouldn't listen to us to listen to us. So you just never know, no matter how much I might not like a rapper, you don't know how they made somebody listen to it. Because it be weird. I be on the internet. You know, everybody got a camera now. There's people who would say something like, yo, man, I was about to kill myself. And I listened to a Kodak Black song. And I'm like, hey, if you like it, I love it. I don't know. But you just never know. This shit is powerful, yo. This shit is powerful. So when we express this, he ain't fuck with us no more, that's cool. But we already validated him. So it kind of make the culture look contradictory. On one hand, it can make us look like we unified. But on the other hand, depending on the perspective, it can look contradictory too.
Ill, can we peel that back a little bit? Because I heard y'all talking about that earlier too, right? So shout out to Uncle Jeff, because he said I go back and forth with Minister Server on the 5 elements. I know they say beatbox is the 5th element. I mean,
shout out for the super chat, real. I appreciate you, bro.
Hey man, get the likes up, send a super chat, cash app,
Hey,
all that, man.
Good, but I go for the love. Y'all want to donate? That's cool, man.
Nah.
You know, it is what it is. You know,
I
ain't got the TMZ shit. You feel me? I'm the Kendrick. I'm keeping it Kendrick. Look at me. This is straight. This is straight bar. This beat the gram. This the real beat the gram. Instagrams. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I mean? So I'm the Kendrick. You feel me? So I feel his pain, but I'm objective. You feel me?
Yeah. So here's the thing. A couple things, right? He was not telling Drake. Well, I agree with you 1000%. The core of hip hop, right? 1520 Sedgwick Ave, you know what I'm saying? August 11, 1973. Okay. The 4 elements, the B-boy, the MC, the graffiti writer, the DJ, right? When I go back and I look at like Style Wars, Wild Style, and to your point, exact point, bro, you saw everybody. And it wasn't they black, they white, they Puerto Rican, they this, that, and the third, what they will. New York being the melting pot that it is. Everybody came through. In that time, the dopest B-boys. When I was growing up, you know who we talked about? Crazy Legs, Mr. Wiggles. Like that's who we took. Dang, I can't think of bro name, and he passed too. But you get what I'm saying? No. He was in Wild Style. But even when you think B Street and you look at that infamous scene, not the subway scene, but at the Roxy. You know what I'm saying? When they battling, like it's Puerto Ricans there, it's black kids. Nobody's thinking like hip hop is that unifier. It is the great unifier. You know what I'm saying? You could go watch videos now. There's some lockers in Japan that get to it. They killing. So that is
juking and everything.
Yeah, that's the one thing I absolutely love about this culture is that it does bring everybody. Some of the dopest graph writers. You know what I'm saying? Were white. You know what I'm saying? So I agree with you. What some of the dopest, I said not all of them, I said some of them, right? Because that's what if you go
black.
No, but listen, if you go back and you watch, they'll tell you like the white boy, I think it's Style Wars, because that's the one is a documentary, the other one is the movie. Style Wars is the documentary. You go back and watch Style Wars, the white boys is telling you, yeah, we go in and we could lift whatever, we can lift however many cans of Krylon, because they expecting the black and Puerto Rican kids, and then we go do our throw ups. Even the character spit for B Street that came from Style Wars. That was a real dude that was going up over people trying to go all city. He was going up over their throats. Anyway, back to this thing. That's my old Negro hip hop history, right? Okay. This whole thing with first of all, the culture is holding Drake. Okay, the culture is saying, "All right, we'd had enough now." Kendrick could not do what he just did over this past week without. Look at how many people industry. I ain't talking about fanboys. Look at how many people industry wide came to Drake's defense or was cheering him on in his camp versus how many people were egging Kendrick on, and then just how many people were radio silent. That's saying a lot. This ain't got nothing to do per se. And I don't really buy the whole thing that the labels won because they the ones that make money off of it. And the only reason why I say that is because you still can't tell me what a stream is worth. I'm not a fan of Joe Budden. I haven't listened to him in a long time. I did go listen to this breakdown that he did on this battle. But when he first began asking that, like when he went over there to Spotify and did that deal there, and he was asking, what is a stream? What, like, I know what a piece of vinyl is worth. I got a ton of it back there, right? I know what a CD is worth. I know what a cassette tape is worth. I know what an 8-track is worth. What is a stream worth? So, right. So I don't go for this whole, you know, the labels are winning because of this, that, and the third. And especially when Kendrick will make a flex and say, I'm taking all the copyrights down so the creatives can eat. That's a heavy blow to the industry in a definite stand. So to that point, Kendrick wasn't saying you can't say nigga because you biracial. If that's the case, he would have to make the same, he would have to declare the same thing for J. Cole and Logic. No, he was telling them the whole time, you not from this culture. You come in and you take pieces and you morph into this one and you morph into that one. And you can listen, I said this the other night, man. You could see by dude's arrogance. He thought, see, the thing what Drake did with Meek Mill, what got Meek Mill out of that is Drake clowned him. You're not supposed to clown gangster niggas. You're supposed to be like, oh my God, he's the big bad gangster. He might shoot me. I'm supposed to kowtow to him. No, Drake memed him to death and then barred him up. You understand what I'm saying? That's what got Meek Mill out of there. He thought he was going to do the same thing with Kendrick. And you playing with a different animal. That's what got him up out of there. But I still, to your point, don't think it was a knockout. I don't think, but it was like watching Bobby Fischer play chess, man. It was
anybody could have got Drake out of it. Only difference between, because they all could.
I don't think so.
No, I'm gonna tell you why. No, they can't. But I'm gonna tell you why. It's not that they didn't have the skill. It's that they didn't have the mind. Kendrick was conscious. Kendrick was like
that's the skill.
Drake. You know what I'm saying? Like with Nas, but it's people that got the ability to rap, but they don't have the mindset to dig deep. You know what I'm saying? Kendrick had
Kendrick had a Mamba mentality, bro. Kendrick, when it comes to this MCing, he is a killer. That's why you see dude tapping out on the hard parts. He sound defeated, deflated. I don't want no more. No mas. What was that? Roberto Duran? No mas. Right? He took too many because listen, that Family Matters. Yo, that was like man. He came with the we ain't never seen this level of creativity. Like these brothers, salute to both of them, man, because they raised the bar. They raised the bar. Yeah, they raised the bar.
I could compartmentalize the music, rap part, and the bigger picture as far as the consciousness. You know what I'm saying? Because still we want to give a little edutainment. People. We listen. Like at the end of the day, when you just chilling, you're not listening to the most lyrical rap. And I love lyrical rap, but it's rap for every element. You know what I'm saying? I feel like, to me, Drake, when it comes to rap, to me, he's Sade. He's Sade that can rap. And on paper, that's pretty fucking cool. It's just that when he tries to implement into the street shit, it gets weird. I love Sade. You know what I'm saying? It's like he kind of created his own lane where it's like he's showing you that, you know what? Maybe we did need something to make the ladies feel a little more welcome. If he has a place. We just don't think he was.
Artigolo had already did that though.
He don't need to be the epitome of this thing. But the same people who trying to bring him down is the same people who put him up there. So my question is just a moment, because like you said, he's because it gets tricky when we come to this. It's a guess. You a guessing hip hop conversation, and it's the conversation I've been wanting to have too, beyond Drake, because hip hop started in a certain place from a certain perspective. Now, even though hip hop has went to the South, it has went to LA, it has went to China and all, I feel like in today's, because we getting somewhere with this Kendrick. If Kendrick is anything, I hope this is a catalyst for getting to what hip hop really is and who can speak on it and who can't. Not just in the rap game, but even social. There's a lot of crazy perspectives about rap. A lot of revisionist history going on about certain regions that I think is affecting rap too. It's a lot of hate for up north. It's a lot of hate for the 90s. It's a lot of just revisionist history and people just speaking about hip hop, because technically, beyond just other races, other regions are guests in hip hop as well. And they speak as if they are the end all be all into this thing. And that's also an issue. Red, how do you feel about that, Rich Pill? Do you understand do you follow? You see what I'm talking about as well as that too?
How do I feel about what?
People, different areas having a different perspective on hip hop.
I mean,
like a lot of revisionist history of who hot, who not, who's relevant, who isn't. I'm hearing a lot of people in different regions speaking on behalf of the culture of hip hop
because the culture is not defined. The culture doesn't have a definition. It's not defined. There's no quote unquote. There's no, it's not anchored. So with hip hop moving around and blowing up in the South for the last 20 years, and then it moving other places like the Midwest and other places, of course, there's going to be revisionist history. You, what are they doing in New York? That's the $1 million question. And outside of everything of this battle, what it showed me, that New York is compromised. Everything in New York is compromised. All them niggas, the funk flexes of the world, the Ebros, all of these all of these they all incorporate, they all tied in one another. It's so tied in that there is no way to get out of that. That shit is you got Madison Avenue in New York. That's print, that's media, right? Then you got the labels. Then you got all of the relationships that intersect because they're all of the same ethnicity, right? And they all rocking with one another. The bankers, Wall Street bankers, they sit down and they rock with the label execs. The label execs sit down and they rock with the people who do the overseas businesses in Tel Aviv. All of that is connected. New York is compromised. New York will never be what it was. You know what I mean? New York was supposed to put the history of hip hop out. New York was supposed to solidify the rules of the culture. New York was supposed to give you a solid coming of age film. Where's our coming of age films at? Why the shit stopped in like Boys in the Hood and all of that other stuff? Where's our coming of age? They was doing good with breakdance, with breaking 1 and 2, Electra Boogie, whatever that was. But that was before the corporate takeover. After the corporate takeover, they start washing, the legacy.
Just my pushback to that, Red, as being a tri-state, and you're right. I'm giving pushback for the sake of conversation.
Go ahead. Yeah, do your thing.
I like to make this metaphor when I'm talking about black men and black women. When I'm talking about them, like when I'm saying black men do this, black do that, black women do this, to just understand things, I try to look at it from a macrocosm. So in other words, when I talk about black people as compared to other races and other nationalities, I look at them as one person. Because people like to say, well, black people, look at them. They ain't doing this. They ain't doing that. We don't treat each other right. I say that too. But it's like when I'm on these panels and they be trying to say black people need to pull themselves up by their bootstraps. And, that typical, we shall overcome, pull up yourself by your bootstraps. We don't need reparations talk. All that shit.
Yeah.
Which I get, but I still feel like they owe us. I don't care how it comes. They owe us.
Hell yeah.
But hell fucking yeah. So my thing is, it's like when you look at us as individuals, it'll be hard to see the picture. But if you look at black men and women as one entity, we've done enough to put some respect on our name. So follow me. When it comes to New York hip hop, or just classic hip hop in general, but for the sake of argument, let's just say classic New York hip hop.
Yes.
Based on where hip hop has gone, not sales wise,
yes,
popularity wise, but as far as content and quality wise, New York did enough to at least for people to put more respect on its name, because they gave you a template of what's hot and what's not. Because regardless of what we think, Kendrick to me is still a shadow of the original East Coast type of MC. So I feel like that prototype, even though all this stuff has changed and this area had this, that's still the creme de la creme that people are trying to reproduce when they get considered a great hip hop artist, is the legendary 90s golden era type of album structure. So I feel like, go ahead.
Nah, I agree with you. Of course, master lyricism, right? That we don't have to, we don't got to speculate as to that. But what I was going back to, I'm saying that the people who are the gatekeepers, the people who are the vanguards, they sold out. They're not standing up. They're not telling our story. They're not putting our narrative in perspective. Hip hop is about what's current. So if there's no archetypes coming out of New York holding them bars down for these 16-year-olds, my son don't know nothing about the golden era. He don't know nothing about Biggie's era. He don't know nothing about the Pac era. He might hear that shit, but you got to give him a current MC out of New York with bars, so he could be like, "Oh, that's my point of reference." All that shit that we talking about, that's gone. My nigga, they snatched the fucking chain and ran with it, bro. Do you know that? Do you realize that the
I mean,
chain got
technically, they had
snatched
it on lock longer than everybody. Like,
and
you really
you
look at
niggas
it,
got yapped on it? It's like somebody saying they had the G Unit chain. Nigga, Drake is wearing it now. It's gone. They snatched your chain in New York and ran with that shit. You got to get it back. You got to either snatch it back or you got to do something to get that shit back. But it's gone, bro. So the only thing left is you got to tell the story. We live in the age of nostalgia. Tell a good story though, because that
but
shit
that's
that
my
they
point,
doing
Reg.
on Netflix.
That's my point. It's cats that's from our era and your era
Yes,
that are. And I ain't talking about the young cats. I'm talking about these people who have these platforms.
right,
They are not fuck flexing them.
right,
I'm talking about the people on YouTube, the people
right.
that former artists. They spinning the narrative that I feel like is disingenuous because they want their region to be popping. And no offense to Atlanta, I love Atlanta. But a lot of rappers, a lot of platforms that come out of Atlanta, I feel like are telling it seems like they're telling a biased story. My thing is this: the face of Southern rap that make it that made people take it serious. I would say, in my opinion, the Outcasts, Dungeon Families, Scarfaces, the Ghetto Boys, 8 Ball, UGK, like dudes who took the craft a little serious. It's like, okay, y'all are on top, but you don't even revere the ones that brought y'all to the masses. Because it's like Atlanta, there's not an Atlanta hip hop museum, there's a trap museum. And not to make this, we're not picking on Atlanta, but I'm just trying to paint a picture. There's not a Southern hip hop museum, it's a trap museum. So that alienates their own greats because Andre 3000 and Outkast and the family, they don't make trap music. So is there a place for them in the trap museum? You know what I'm saying? So it's like, on one hand, you're saying, oh, we got the crown, but you're still not revering the ones or the sound that made you relevant. You're just saying, hey, if they from the South, as long as they win, we're going to root for them. But what the quality is what type of music is coming from it, though?
All right. So to answer your question, I'm in Atlanta, right? These little niggas will say Future when you bring up Outkast. They'll be like, look, they'll point to Future and be like, there he go. He is a direct descendant of the greatness that came out of the Dungeon family. You know what I'm saying? So once again, like I said, hip hop is about relevancy. So they're talking crazy all around the world about the pioneers and the place where this shit started, because the place where it started, you have compromised platforms that have not been putting on for the culture for damn near 20 years. What the fuck has Hot 97, 105.1, what the Breakfast Club, what are they really doing? They part of the confusion.
Do y'all realize I agree that they are, but do y'all realize that we are adding to that confusion just conversation that we've been having? And the reason why I say that is because two of the ways that they control things, two methods are divide and conquer and fear. And right now, with us separating hip hop in so many different angles, that's the division. And we continuously perpetuate that. And we fall victim and add just as much fuel to the fire of our lack of potential than that they do. Just in separate, instead of all of it being hip hop. There's, for example, a culture that we know controls a lot of stuff. We all identify as Jewish. They're separate entities of that, but they all identify as one thing. They don't separate it publicly. They might separate it religiously. They might separate it in a lot of different ways.
You're not
I agree.
accurate in that. They
no,
separate.
What I'm saying, they do
against each other right now.
I agree. I'm not even disputing that. I agree with you in totality. There's a lot of different separations of it, similar to how we are. I'm not saying let's not have the different identities, but the separation that we speak on is why us not being able to do business with each other. Them old heads and them young heads. The reason why we have the disconnect is because we have separated it into those two areas. The old heads are supposed to be able to be recognized by those young heads, and we were supposed to give that tutelage for them to recognize the young heads, similar to what you just described with the Dungeon family and Future. The reason being of why they have more unity in that area than hip hop does, because they recognize those things. The
Right.
Future says, "Yo, if it wasn't for Rico and my cousin and the Dungeon family, I wouldn't be here."
Right.
He gives that respect, and they have learned to do that. And I don't know if it's a Southern thing. I don't know what the formula of why they know how to do it so much better, but they do it better. West Coast does it. New Yorkers didn't. And I'm from New York. We didn't.
We didn't.
You know what I'm saying? But those other, because they had to fight to get in, because New York had it in such a lock and wasn't giving nobody no love, and was always like, "Oh fuck y'all from over there." Well,
Right.
that they had to go ahead and identify themselves. They don't like
Yeah, 'cause
each
y'all
other
was definitely playing
all
with
the time.
Jersey. Y'all would skip right over Jersey, go right to Philly and shit all the time. I'm like, what the fuck is this about? All y'all teams play right in Jersey, the Jets and the Giants. So, but that's another story. We're gonna
I
spend
was in
time on that later.
Atlanta.
Yeah,
I
We're
was
gonna
in
but the
spend time
point
on
that
Atlanta.
that
I'm
later.
making is that
I'm Jersey'd out,
we
and y'all New
sometimes
Yorkers,
the
y'all
point.
be playing with us, bro. Y'all be playing with us. I
Yeah,
don't like it either.
and,
I don't like it.
and it's true. But the point that I'm
I love
saying is
y'all.
that sometimes we subconsciously add to that fuel, and I just want to bring it to our attention because if we want this unison and this power that we continuously speak about, we got to identify some of the separation that is eliminating us from achieving it, because we have it. We just don't know how to conjure it up and put it all in one direction. But some of us do. The South do. They 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 have made a movement all within themselves and pushed that movement over here and basically gangstered their way into it. They snatched the chains that we were used to yap. They took the chains and made it their own. So they ain't wearing the G Unit chain. They wearing the OVO chain. But guess what? They made it out of the G Unit that they snatched. So
Right.
I agree with you. They definitely, but they doing it well. And instead of
Yeah.
identify and recognize what they're doing well that we can do better, we just sometimes hate on them like, nah, they over there, they did that, and they need to respect us. Nah, why should they?
I love the
But
South. I
Sean, the
like
formula that
they
Atlanta
playing us now. But kid, jump in there, kid works. Jump in there. Whatever you want to add to the conversation.
Oh no, I wasn't trying to get nobody's attention. I was listening.
No, I'm actually I want you to
Oh.
talk.
Well, I mean, I'm all about the breaking down barriers, and I mentioned it before on another live with you, on another panel with you. When I went to BET to speak after the Freddie Gray, the death of Freddie Gray, it was the Bloods and the Crips that was there, and Jay Morrison was there, a bunch of other people that's supposed to be thought leaders and community leaders was there. And I say the same thing that I said then. There's bridges between all of us, but there's nobody that's lowering nobody's actually lowering that bridge for us to be able to cross. Like, we all got bridges to each other's organizations, communities, states. To a degree, there's always going to be a representative from each of these little areas to some degree who's bridging the gap. Like, so right now, what we doing is bridging gaps. That's why I wanted to make sure I got Health and Hip Hop's information so I could follow her on all platforms and tap in and take it past just this panel. And that's something that I've been making sure I do, is to try to find the people that when I get on these panels and engage with, to see what we doing outside of these panels, because that's how we bridge the gap. That's how we make sure that gap is actually being crossed, and we start to expose our audiences to each other and share whatever little resources we may have. And I say little because even if one of us in here got $1 million liquid right now, cash, that ain't competing with UMG. That million we ain't going. I mean, I'm just being honest. Like if somebody got $1 million cash, you're doing a lot better than me right now. So I ain't knocking nobody hustle. I ain't knocking nobody finances. But if we're looking at that again, the macro of it all, it would take 100 of us coming together, each with maybe that million, all 100,000, all network, all connections, and then be able to create these think tanks. outside of just the internet. Because again, if we get banned on the platform, if God forbid we lose all access to the internet, did we exchange information? Can we get into a text group with each other? Can I pull up to Atlanta and say, yo, Rich, I want to sit down with you and see what I can connect, what I got going on in New York right now, the Bronx, and that's where we're gonna see the behind the scenes changes start to happen in real time. We'll see the change happen because people won't. Right now, they all know what we're doing. When I say they, whatever forces that be, whoever own YouTube, Google, they got this. They transcribe this. They if there's any threats in the group right now, it went to the NSA, it went to the CIA, it went to everybody. So it's gonna take us doing our due diligence outside of these panels, because this is us lighting a fuse. This right here in real time is a fuse.
So, kid,
yeah.
What would you say if one day I gave you a call and I say, yo, we got a panel and Kendrick is gonna be at the panel and we all gotta come. He wanna do a closed door meeting, with everybody that's active and whatnot, that's making moves and got some motion, and they basically just want to have a talk. He ain't coming to promise nobody anything. He ain't, you know what I mean? But he's willing to sit down and hear what these people got to say. What would you do?
I'd make it my business to be there.
Right. What about you, Chicago?
I'd have to see if I have to work or not. No, I'll be there.
Sean, the same thing?
Absolutely. And I would say let's get Drake there too.
Okay, no doubt. So and Picasso and Illa, I'm sure that y'all share the same sentiments.
Of course,
for sure.
That you would make it, you would be like, that's something worthy of my time.
I don't need them there. I come for y'all, you feel me?
No doubt.
Real life.
So, I'm not putting too many things out there. I don't want to just throw anything out there that eggs that haven't hatched yet. But these artists, I'm not gonna say these artists. I know Kendrick and his people, his family members. Some of his family members are tied into the Israelites and some other things. Like they working. I'm talking about. We might not see them working, but they working and they listening and they paying attention to certain people. Like Illa said, some of these people are woke, so they don't go to the extent of, I would say the difference between a woke person and what somebody would be called conscious is that we might identify 99 problems and they might see 9. You know what I mean? But that doesn't take away from their effectiveness, because I was in kindergarten before and then I woke up in 3rd grade. You know what I'm talking about? I was a Christian before and I woke up a Muslim. You know what I mean? And I was woke before and then I woke up conscious, and then I don't even identify as conscious anymore. I would say I'm unconscious or subconscious. I went past that. And we all go through these phases, and life is what brought me where I'm at. Nobody pushed me. No label got me here. No, I didn't. Life did it for me. Being on 125th Street across the street from the Apollo and just every day showing up, not knowing what the hell was going to happen. That's what helped push this shit. So for those of us that are out here and we don't know what tomorrow's going to bring, I'm just here to let you know it doesn't matter. You gonna bring tomorrow, because you got to show up regardless of if these niggas is battling, if they make peace, if they kumbaya or whatever. It don't matter. The work is still being done. So from my vantage point, when I see situations like this, I could only see the opportunity in it. I could only see the silver lining in it. I could only say that, yo, this is in alignment with the work that I'm doing. Is actually making my job a little bit easier, because I could get on panels and I could talk to people and I could meet Kid Works finally. I could meet Chicago Rilla. You know what I mean? Like these situations, keep in mind, 4 years ago to this month was George Floyd. Remember, he went down on Memorial Day, right? That's a few weeks ago. That's a few weeks down the line and whatnot. So we are going to do what we got to do. Like Chicago said, the labels are falling. They are firing people. They got wobbly knees. They are afraid. If you don't think what they saw take place with BBL Drizzy, with the content, user-generated content, UGCs, UGC is a problem for UMG. Okay, UGC, that's why they was fucking around with that TikTok and everything. User generated content is a problem for Universal Music Group if they can't monetize it. They got a wake up call with BBL Drizzy. They got a wake up call with Kendrick taking the copyrights off of his music. They are not sleeping comfortable at night. They are not comfortable because they don't want Kendrick and the likes of him to push the line, right? They like, oh, that he was going too hard. No, he was pushing the line and he had a little bit more to push. So they ready to wave a white flag and be like, don't push that line, fam. We don't need you to go there. Because the minute you mention Gaza, or the minute you mention Hebrew Israelites, or the minute you mention anything that's political, they got a problem because it goes outside the realm of music now. They would prefer a shooting. They would prefer the rappers fighting. They would prefer that. They don't want it to go where it could go because it could get ugly. So I'm here to let you know, my brothers, if anything were to happen and I was able to get the invite to be somewhere with some very important people will be able to sit down and listen to us, I would make sure to reach out to Illa so he can make that contact. Because to me, to answer that question about earlier, what are we going to do to spark the youth? We're going to form Voltron, and that's what they're going to respect. And everything else, we don't got to worry about the money that they into, because when we form Voltron, we put our resources together. I'm from Brooklyn. Sean is from New York. Kid is from the town. Ill is from the town. Chicago. I've been to Chicago. Y'all just like us. We make $1,000 look like 100. Okay. So we'll make 1,000,000 look like 10. If they want shiny things, if they into that, well, we could give them that. We though, those of us with that salt and pepper in our beard, those of us who did bids and we went through all of this, we raising children, it's on us to do what we didn't do 30 years ago, when the little niggas is 30 right now, or they 15 or they 20. We little bro them the mixtape era. We put crack in their hands, we put packages on them. You know what I'm talking about? We was teaching them how to lay niggas down and whatnot. We kind of corrupted them. So I do feel like it's the old heads, you know what I mean? The niggas that was from the niggas is coming home from doing 30 and 25, and they doing podcasts and they trying to shine a little bit of light. They kind of have some atonement to do. And the level of atonement, I feel, is a level of community service where we just got to link back up. We got to put our egos to the side. We got to put our fucking phones down and put that shit away, get into some rooms, lock in, you know what I mean? And come up with some type of solution. It don't have to be, and it's nothing, we're not doing anything outside of the scope where we'll be on somebody's list. None of that. We're talking about responsibility from black men who know what it's gonna take. You feel me? We could put we're in Atlanta right now putting the migrants to work, because we found out that the migrants are basically covered. That, you know what I mean? Like it's government money. You feel me? The same thing that we could do with the migrants, we could do with the homeless. We need labor forces. We need to go and buy some land outside of these cities, and we need some people to build that shit for us. We need our own fucking outposts. We need our own little towns and whatnot. I don't care if it's a fucking village and whatnot. We just need somewhere. We need a retreat. We need somewhere outside of these killing fields and these concrete jungles and whatnot, where they got us all figured out. They got us all correct. This shit is an open air Gaza Strip, bro. When I saw that they turned them people's electricity and their water and their goddamn lights off, and they stopped the food from coming in, that shit sent chills through my body, because I'm like, for real, if shit really get funky and whatnot, what the hell is stopping them from doing that to us? We real comfortable up in this bitch, and them people are showing us they fangs every single day. And I'm not getting up here playing this, we fight the power and all of this stupid shit. No, I'm just giving reality, bro. I see the fangs on them. And where I'm from, you don't stand next to motherfuckers that's showing you they fangs. So
Woo! I love what you're speaking about. It's something that's been near and dear to my heart. I had these conversations uh, with Chuck and Daddy O years ago, um, where we was thinking about similar things when it wasn't as bad as it was, and we didn't have as much access as we have now. We didn't have as much influence as we have now. And when I say we, meaning hip hop in itself, the whole culture of hip hop. We now have a lot of influence and we have a lot of great minds. And so connecting those minds is kind of what's happening right here. And I enjoy it. That was what I described. We was having the connection of minds when we all sat down, Chuck and Daddy and I. And we were thinking about things like this. We just didn't have as much again influence. So I love hearing these conversations and uh, making them more than conversations is what we now have resources to do, and that's what you was just speaking of. And we need to connect those resources as we do it in one place, one space. It will grow into other spaces.
And
Because
I appreciate that point. And I just want to make this disclaimer to everybody on the panel and everybody that's watching. This right here is not the end all be all. It's just that since we're in this spaces, I feel like since I'm here, the most comfortable, the most responsible thing to do is at least have a mature solution or challenging conversation that can at least spark a solution-based conversation, because people are on YouTube. Like we need to be everywhere our people are at. I don't care if it's a video game, I don't care if it's a club, wherever our people is attention at, there needs to be a balance of perspective there. So since I'm in the YouTube world, I think it's my duty to bring people that have more to offer even than I do, because it's not about me. I'm just trying to facilitate solutionary conversations in a world that may not even respect it because it's YouTube. But since I'm here, that's the part I'm trying to play. Not saying that's all I could do, but that's what the part I'm trying to play right now. It's like, okay, once somebody does get some notoriety, or once somebody does have something to say, this is a platform where they can come, where it doesn't have to be messy. It doesn't have to be talking about black men hating black women. It can just be an intelligent conversation where, we interviews, showcases of people's talent, just something outside of just the normal conversation, because people are talking all day on YouTube, every day, all day, a million different conversations. But what are we talking about is the question. So I just want to facilitate that. That's the role I'm trying to play. I also want to, there's other roles that the universe has for me. That's what I'm doing at the moment. And I want everybody that's watching to tap in with these brothers that's on the screen. Tap in with Kid Works. He has a lot going on. He has a lot going on with health. He has a lot going on with music. He has a lot going on with art. He has a lot going on with fitness, military, getting your mind right, survival tactics, powerful information. You know what I'm saying? Gorilla got a lot of things going on. Rich got things going on. Sean got a lot of things going on. His wisdom here, his perspective here, his solutions here, his commerce here. I'm bringing people that is beyond that you can tap into beyond coming on my channel. You know what I'm saying? So anybody I bring up here, my man Donovan, excellent photographer. You know what I'm saying? Excellent wordsmith. You know what I'm saying? Excellent with the work, all of that. You know what I'm saying? Everybody up here has something to contribute to that can add to the picture outside of them on this panel. So everybody that's watching, please tap in with these people. I gotta do a better job of typing in, because I be so busy at work, y'all. But I gotta really put their information after the show, because these guys got a lot to offer. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, I've been watching Red since I was. I gotta find a picture, Red. I got a picture of you and your brother. I just can't find that shit for nothing.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. I just want to say thank you, because you have facilitated and connected all of us. Because quite frankly, this is my second time seeing Red, but my first time meeting a few of the brothers on here. And I think that you have facilitated that, and that I commend you on, and continue to do what you're doing, because these are, as you just said, great conversations and that are necessary, connections that are necessary, because we don't even realize how many resources we have just on this stage. Never mind the resources that are extended because of the resources that we have. So if we start having these conversations, we might be able to. I might be looking for a photographer, and had you not said what you just said, I wouldn't know that there's one right here.
Yeah, POS Donovan, Picasso of the South. Yo, that's you, bro. That's him. He's excellent.
And this is the point that I'm making with a lot of we have conversations, but we don't always tap into how resourceful we can be to one another. You know, and that's something that I emphasize when I doing consultation to young artists. I say identify your resources that you don't even know exist right in your face, because a lot of times the support that you need is right there. You have a little young cousin that loves being on YouTube and doing all this. You nurture that cousin. You bring that cousin in and direct that energy. It's a resource right in front of you that's available to you that
Yep.
often we don't capitalize on because we think of it as our little cousin instead of just tapping into, yo, what is it, what is your ambition? Now our gray in our hair helps them out and nurtures them, and now they are an ally and they're a resource that we can utilize in our bigger endeavors of where we might be weak at.
They say youth for war and elders for counsel, right?
Yes.
Right. And if we could fix that, if we could convince the youth that we are for counsel, then we have made progress, because they don't see us as counsel right now. They see us as competition. But if we could alleviate that part and just be like elders for counsel before y'all sign any paperwork, before y'all make any deal, before you make a life decision, you have to tap in with the council of elders. We got you, and we not gonna steer you wrong. But the same way that they got these families and whatnot, these organized families, the elders are for counsel. They don't have to get out there. They already put in the work and whatnot. They have the wisdom, they have the experience, and they have the foresight. And that is something, if we learn to do that, we will receive respect and honors from these quote unquote younger generation who are they are the future. It is their time, bro. There's no other glaring thing to show me that that's what this showed me. It is their time, but it is their time, but it's also our time. It's not that our time is over and it's their time, but it's definitely time for us to begin to nurture and begin to shine the light on this younger generation and give them the jewels and the tools that the elders and the old heads gave us.
And you
Because
said
when I was,
Red.
yeah, hold on.
Go ahead.
When I was coming up, they didn't they wasn't turning their backs on us. You feel me? People older than us was giving us, they was trying to rob niggas and they was trying to line you up, but they were there for us. We didn't feel hated by them. You feel me? So I think if we switch that around, we're going to get more results from the younger generation, and they're going to give us what we need in terms of artistry, creativity, and feeding us, because this is about us feeding. We got to pour into each other, and because we're talking hip hop, that is what feeds us. So
You
it's time
said
to
something
begin to
real
feed
ill
each
though.
other. Yes.
There's some real ill though that I feel like you gave a solution. I don't think you realized it. And that to the question I asked earlier, which is how can we affect the actual artists? And you know how you got albums and games that be like rated mature or rated this, or and they'll be like this, like how you get stamped by the Better Business Bureau, and that lets people know that I should do business with you.
Yes.
There should be a hip hop stamp of approval that we recommend this artist, or there should be like a test that you get, like my album has been accepted by the board of hip hop, blah, blah, blah. So you can still make your music, but it should be a line drawn like these albums have been stamped, or this artist or this body of work has been stamped by the hip hop board of ethics or some shit like that. Like,
hey, Ella,
something. Go ahead.
I'm just gonna say this really quick. And I'm gonna be honest with you. It sounds good in theory, right? Let me tell you this story real quick. My man Joe used to live down the hill from me, right? My man Joe, who I trusted, like he was a hip hop aficionado, same as how I was when we was coming up. We used to listen to 88.5 WHPK here because it was a college station. They played the curses, but they played everything from New York, LA. So we got everything in between, right? My man Joe said, "Yo, I just heard Lord Finesse. Yo, D, go get that record." And it was at Flame and James. It was a record shop called Flame James. Said, "Go get it." I never listened. I didn't even listen to it on Joe's word. You dig what I'm saying? I went and bought that cassette tape, popped it out the gate. It was the Funky Technician. Out the gate. That's a push play record, front to back. If that had some type of governing body label on it, more than likely I would not have went and got it. The problem is we've removed the correct gatekeepers. As a b-boy, as an MC, as a graffiti writer, as a DJ, yo, you used to get checked at the gate if you was whack, if you was fake, if you was a toy, if you was a decoy. You can't sit with us.
The DJs broke the music. They don't do that no more.
Yeah, you don't represent the real, so you can't come around here. What we've done now is tell everybody everybody's welcome. No, everybody's not welcome.
Facts.
That's what I'm saying. Everybody's not. If you whack, if you bite, man, there was a time, bro. I promise you, you go to my high school. This when I moved back to the crib, everybody was like, you know how people come to you say, I ain't seen you in a while, whatever. Man, people was like, yo, I loved how you was your own person. Like you never rocked what everybody, when everybody else was rocking in Chicago. Like we had the snakeskin hats with the watches on it and all that. The 150, was it 151 or something? Whatever those were. I never rocked what everybody else was rocking. I did my own thing. Why? Because you had to be fresh, right? So I'm just saying, if we put a governor, because I think KRS-One has, attempted that too. What we got to get back to is holding the fresh as the standard. That's got to be the standard. Dope has got to be the standard.
But you don't think that we can have, like, I'm just thinking hypothetically.
Mm-hmm.
You don't think that we can have each region that has a voice in the game, that has contributed to the game, that region is responsible from the OGs to the hottest artists to the street, everybody. They are responsible for submitting 5 people that they feel is responsible to speak for them. If every region do that, to meet up and say, this is going to be the body politic that gives, not saying that you can't make music without us, but to get our stamp, it would mean something, because people gonna buy shit anyway, whether you stamp it or not. But it's still something where we could say you have a choice. You are choosing to pick an album that we don't mess with, or you're choosing to pick an album that we don't mess with, versus you're picking an album that the culture stamps as, we think you should fuck with this. You don't have to do it, but it's there. So people can say, well, I listen to this and I ain't, well, hey, where you stamp that? You know what I'm saying? I'm just throwing shit out there, seeing what's there. You know what I'm saying?
That's a great idea. Here's some of the complications. It's been tried already on several different levels. Here's some of the complications. One, when we're starting to identify creativity, it becomes fault.
But not creativity. I need to control, but not creativity, because creativity is creativity. There's people that put a banana in the frame and say that's art. I'm talking about, because Red said earlier, hip hop has a specific thing. It has elements. So the criteria is set. Whether we want to enforce it or not is a different conversation. But for hip hop music, according to the conversation we had tonight, and according to what I've learned, it is a criteria of it. It has to meet A, B, C, has to add an artful element. It has to have some commentary. Like if we have certain presets,
I'm not disputing that. Let me finish the point that I was making.
Okay.
I would think that we need to identify and create character of integrity that we need to identify. And so and with that, there'll be subgenres, because for what you're saying, music is the only industry that doesn't have that. Film and television got SAG. NBA had or the NBA in itself is a level, and then it also has unions inside within that plateau of the type of basketball. So you got the NBA, you got overseas, you got different leagues, you got the NFL, you got different leagues. So what I'm saying is that what we're saying is a great idea. Now, how we structure it and design it, we got to take some heed to some of those businesses that it already exists, whether it's sports, television, and film. Even in law, there's bar association. There's a lot of things that already exist. It's not a new concept. It's just a difficult concept in hip hop because of some of the things we was talking about earlier, which is the division that we have within.
I think the closest thing we had to it, whether people may not agree with me or not, but I remember this publication as a young cat. I was born 85, so I was 15 around 2000. The big battle when I was young was Jay and Nas. But the source, for what it's worth, I feel like in its heyday, I think it was the closest thing we had where it was universally accepted as like, if this is deemed a classic album, it was like, because when I was young, like my mother raised me in the church, so I really had to go to publications and the street to find out what's hot. So I'm like, I always respected I always respected scholarship and publication. So I'm like, all right, the albums, the classic albums that the source used to refer, that was before my time, I would listen to it. So I was a young cat. I was 18, 17, only one in my hood. I had Slick Rick, Vintage of Slick Rick. I had It Takes a Nation of Millions. I'm talking about 2099 when Dipset and June was out. I'm listening to that. I wanted to know what made this thing what it is. Why was Ice Cube's first album critically acclaimed? Why was Slick Rick's album critically acclaimed? Like I wanted to know. I didn't get caught up in the sounds of the time and felt like I had to hear a current sound. Like I feel like these albums are like time machines. So it's like when I listen to Ice Cube's first album, I don't need it to sound like today because it's 91. So now I'm there now. Now it's like when you compare it to that time, it's extremely dope. So it's like I think we need publications again as well. Like that helped a lot. Like I learned a lot from just the source in the albums they referred and the articles and why this one got 5 mics and why that didn't. Like it wasn't an end all be all, but I used to love the source. You know what I'm saying? Like I learned a lot about what albums is hard versus not. So I feel like it's something about a standard that I think assists in justifying what albums are dope and worth our time and what ones need work. Like there needs to be a standard set besides just awards. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, let me can I say, I know I came super late, man. I've been super talkative.
Yeah, I'm gonna do one little roundup and we
gonna, yeah, and I'm gonna drop down. But look, I really do appreciate you hosting this panel, brother, and having the conversation. I respect your mind and your perspective. And I personally think like you such a giant in this space, right? Because you counter a lot of the narrative, a lot of the BS that goes out, right?
I appreciate that.
And you know, people that pay attention to you challenge us to use the left side of our brain a lot of times. But I did want to say just real quick, and Rich kind of touched on it, you know, the idea that UMG in these labels, that really UMG is the only behemoth left, right? If you had been looking a lot, and I only know because a lot of my peoples that I know got laid off. It's only like 1 or 2 that still got a job. But I mean, I know some people that's been with these labels for years and got laid off. It's hundreds of people that got laid off. And all these labels folded and collapsed into each other. So Def Jam, the way that you think of it, does not exist anymore. You know what I'm saying? A lot of these boutique labels that existed and were powerhouses no longer is. I don't even know if Geffen exists in the way that it did before, right? I remember when I was in Atlanta, you had
space.
Right, but no, you had like Sony had an office, UMG had an office, and we at One Electric Atlantic had an office in Atlanta. And when I did Street Team, we used to go through there. And we used to anyway. But though all those offices closed, then the boutique labels started closed, then all these other things started happening. Yeah. What that says to me is these labels have always tried to play catch up, bro. Yep. When that dude dropped that when Napster first hit, they didn't know what to do. Drama and them getting rated. Drama and them got rated as they was made an example of. Like, think whatever really happened with that, right? It was embarrassing.
Kill the mixtapes.
Well, yeah, to kill that wave that a lot of them labels had co-signed on. Yeah, go ahead and put this Drought 3 out, or go put out. Yeah, right. Anyway, the point that I'm making is the people have way more power than we think, and we don't think we have that power because these labels stand as Goliath, and we think like, oh, we can't go against a Goliath. No, they
look Chicago.
Yes, sir.
I was at J Records when Soulja Boy was coming. Matter of fact, I was at Polo Grounds with Hurricane Chris, A-Bay, and DJ and Kali Park and motherfucking Soulja Boy was coming, and you should have seen these motherfuckers in the office because they could not follow it on BDS or they could not read it because he was coming through YouTube, and this was 2007. They was not ready for what was coming. They were falling apart at the labels, bro. I was there at fucking Polo Grounds. They didn't know what to do with Soulja Boy because he went the unconventional route. So when I bring up Web3, when I bring up blockchain, and when I bring up these new technology, it's the new technology that the corporations or the labels have not figured out. That will be the route that you reroute them. That's how you kind of catch them out there, because they will master the blockchain. And yes, I do agree that it has been quote unquote corrupted with quantum computers and the quantum internet coming. That's also going to be a big disruptor. However, it's still a solution to this quote unquote, this shit that you can't see anything. You know what I mean? So I'm like,
Can I
I'm in
touch on
full
something?
I'm in
Can
full
I touch on
agreement with you, Chicago. I'm gonna give it back to you.
Can I touch on something that y'all? I was at them labels as well. What we're not recognizing is the power that they have, or the power that we're speaking of, is not the music. What they have, why they continue to stay in power is because they keep on mastering how to monitor the music. That's really what it boils down to. SoundScan was a measurement of how to get a gauge on the streets. BDS, media base, were measurements on how to gauge what was going on in the street. YouTube and the internet has become a gauge of what. But the point is when they remove the people who were the gauges, the DJs that we were speaking about earlier, who used to break records, lost their power because they gave it up to be part of these corporate entities, and so on, and so did some of the A&Rs, and so on and so forth. So we don't recognize exactly why they're so powerful, what where the power comes from. That's all it is. Really, we don't need them to have a measurement or a gauge. We need to fall into place to understand we are the gauge, we are the creators, we are the value, and that's where we miss a lot. We not us on this call or on this panel, because I believe we all kind of understand that, but the masses don't really understand the function of the labels. I worked at every label y'all mentioned just now. I was an artist on Geffen. I was an executive at Interscope, and I was executive at A&M, IGA. I was at all of them, literally. And what was missing, and what a lot of people miss, is what goes on the inside, and what's valuable on the inside is them, to the points that y'all making, acting as if they're more powerful than they are, as if they have more value than they do. They don't have the value, they don't have the power, but they mislead us by all of these measurements that they start identifying as the new place to get it. So they started looking at now what are they looking at? Streams does nothing for as an indication or as a measurement, but we believe it because they made us believe it again. They went from like I said, way back from SoundScan, then they went to BDS, then they went to MediaBase, then they went to so on and so forth. But the point is that that's been the smoke screen all in all. That's what they made you believe. They say, oh well, what is it doing? What is it doing at BDS? Who cares? That's what you just described. I was working at TVT with Brian when Abebe came out. They were measuring everything on SoundScan, and Brian came in and said, "Yo, this cat over here, Hurricane Chris, he ain't got no SoundScan whatsoever." And I'm telling you, he's gonna be hot, and that's how they wound up getting that to jump off. And then here came
Mhm.
Soldier Boy, to your point, and it
Yep.
wasn't measured on what they were traditionally measuring stuff with, and that's why a lot of people missed it. And but we got to be ahead of that, meaning that we got to indicate who are those powers. To the point that you was talking about with the unions or coming together, that is what has been done routinely. We just haven't really identified, captured, and controlled and directed it.
Even if we can't do it on a mainstream level, because we got to stop. That's another thing. Even though I did pose the question how to get to those artists, at some point we just got to say, you know what, and just make the underground hot. And as far as up and coming artists, I don't see why it can't be an underground council.
But what I'm trying to say, Illa, is mainstream is an illusion.
Of course. I'm using
So
that.
so we already are doing that, but we just don't realize we're doing it. When they
Right.
come to ask who got the hottest stuff, they're coming to us. But we don't understand that we're controlling, that they're picking our brains and exploiting our talents and ability, because we don't recognize it as talent and ability because it's so natural.
The people was always the stars. Because even when you go back to the rappers in the early 80s, they was mimicking people who wasn't rappers. So the community was always the initial point of reference and the source for all inspiration. That's why with social media, it's slaying back to the everyday person. Away from the new celebrity, it's just the person who just got a camera phone. You know what I'm saying? So obviously the people was always the initial point of reference for all trends and hot topics in the first place. So I feel like social media has highlighted that once again, that the people is the true star. Like, look, we right now we on YouTube. It's about you. So I feel like that's
the people.
back to the people. It was always about the people.
Yes, sir.
So any last words? Anybody want to add something before we take it down?
Yeah, I want to say thank you, Illa. I want to say love and light to all of the panelists. You feel me? I seen you out there cooking, kid. I see you out there cooking, Chicago. Sean, salute to you. I look forward to meeting you one day. POS, we could do work and whatnot. What we're doing right here is the culture. What we're doing right here is the solution. It's us. It never was them. They not like that. It's always us and never them. So when we begin to see that, then we'll realize that we could take care of one another in terms of what it is that we need to do to power up, bro.
Well, now you want to cam up, Sean?
It's not that difficult.
Job ass turkey, man.
I was in the dark all night. I just the right place. I want to say, yeah, I agree, and I want to show you, yes, I agree with what you're saying. Absolutely.
Appreciate y'all, man. Now it's a blessing to have all y'all up here. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, Donovan is my man. Donovan not no big content creator. He's just my man. He showed me love. I run stuff past Donovan all the time. Like, yo, D, what you think about this? How you like that? How you feel like? He'll tell me, oh, that was cool. It was all right, you know. You could did it like this. And I love it. Like, I'm not, anybody know me, I am not a yes man. If I felt like I had all the answers, I could easily bring 6 goofy chicks up here and make them look stupid and have 1 million fucking views every day. I'm not doing that. I could do that. I went viral doing that. But people saw a snapshot and thought, oh, that's him. That's just that's just regular shit. That's just Jersey, baby. That ain't, you know what I mean? Nothing more than that. You feel me? So this is me for real. This is who I really am. I used to work with children. Like, I used to do hip hop. Like, this is what I'm about, is the community. Not saying I'm the leader, I'm Malcolm X. It's just what I care about. It's what I talk about. When people like, I'm not that talkative until you start talking about something that catches my interest. Hip hop, oh, I'm talking all day. Or history, oh, I'm talking all day. Culture, I'm talking about. Even sports to a degree, because I feel like sports plays even though it's a lot of bullshit to it. I understand the plantation aspect, but it's something about the story of competition in sports that I like. I like when I see a player that people counted out and they said it wasn't this. Well, I see a 3rd round pick come back and become
hip hop.
I like that shit. So it's like certain stuff I'm passionate about. So I just want to have a platform to talk about things I'm passionate about. I do not want to have panels where I'm just making women look goofy. That's very easy to do. It's very cheap. It's very repetitive. I'd rather have a whole bunch of steel swords up here and get my mind sharpened and display that to the world. Because just having this back and forth black woman and shit content, I know it's popping. I know a lot of people want to see that, but you ain't gonna see that over here.
Yo, Illa, so listen, you were saying earlier, like, New Jersey gets skipped over, right? From, I guess, from New York or whatever.
Yeah.
But it wouldn't, listen, in all fairness, man, Lords of the Underground, of course, Redman, of course, Latifah, but then you gotta say Flavor Unit. You know what I'm saying? Who else? Poor Righteous Teacher.
Lauryn Hill, SZA, Shaq, Frank Sinatra. Don't get me started. Derek Jeter, Tom Cruise, Bruce Willis. Oh, I'm Jerseyed out. You heard? It's deep over here. That's the county. You heard? All day long.
Shout out to the outsiders, man.
South Orange, West Orange. We in here. Union County. Stay that. We with all that. Everything y'all know. We here. We on all that. Don't get it twisted. I'm from the bricks. You heard? Yes, it's like that. So yeah, I'm Jerseyed out. But I love New York. My mother from Harlem. I love New York. You know what I'm saying? My dream place was fucking living in overlooking Central Park. But it's like, hey, don't do that. We right here. You feel me? Like, come on now. Don't do that. So, but I get it. New York is New York, baby. Ain't no place like it in the world, man. Yeah, I don't care. I've been many places. New York is New York. You can't duplicate it. It is what it is. You know what I'm saying? But nah, it's all love. Like I said, I like to mess with Red like that. You know what I'm saying? I just like to poke with him because he said so about Drizzy on a couple shows, but it's all good. Like I said, I got mad love for Red. Red is very passionate. And I used to watch him coming up. So to me, just to be able to, like, if I don't get in game, nothing else from, you know, being able to get some notoriety online, because it's just notoriety. It ain't, I feel like I've been who I was. So it's not, the world just found out who I am every day. So if anything, it lets me know that I was already somebody and I underestimated myself more so that I'm somebody now. You know what I'm saying? So to be able to, the most beautiful thing I got out of this is to be able to talk to brothers like you. Be able to say I could call Rilla. Be able to say I could text Red. Be able to say I could call Kid. I could call Donovan. I could call Sean. So to be able to do that is a blessing to me, because these are sources of power. These are sources of replenishment. These are sources of advice that I can pull on when I'm low, or when I need some energy, or I need some advice, or I need some content. So that's the blessing. It's about networking. It ain't about, you know, what somebody can pay you for. I'd rather build a friendship than anything, because I feel like if we have a friendship, then anything is possible. So I'm blessed to have all you brothers up here.
Wow, and that goes down to the core of what I always preach, and that's learning how to trust each other, and that friendship is where that trust is developed.
And shout out to Elevated Mind Healer real quick. I believe our sister seen me on another platform, and ever since then, she's been holding it down, coming in here, regulating the chat. Sister, I really appreciate that. Like, I really do. Because a lot of people try to make it seem like my page wasn't lady friendly, and it's like she's been doing her thing in the chat. So shout out to Elevated Mind Healer. She's always showing love. She's always doing her thing and regulating the chat and keeping the energy going. Shout out to Marcus Evans as well. But this sister, she just recently came and just started doing her thing on her own. So I really appreciate that, sister, for real. Anybody, any last words? Red, Kid, Donovan, you want to add something before we take it down, brother?
Yeah, I just want to say I liked everything that everybody had to add to the conversation. I think we need a code to move by, and I've been reading this book. I don't know if y'all can see it, but it's a book by Neely Fuller Jr. It's the United Independent Compensatory
Yes,
Code
sir.
System and Concept.
That's a Bible.
And it's exactly, basically, you get what I'm saying? And it's a textbook, workbook for thought, speech, and or action for victims of racism. And I look at like hip hop as being that voice that we needed from just the subjugation that we've had in America. And if we don't have a code to it, we're gonna lose it. You know what I'm saying? Like it's not gonna be for us to use how we were originally supposed to use it for. You know what I'm saying? Like it's gonna get perverted. So y'all got some great minds. You know what I'm saying? I'm listening to y'all. I'm like, man, I didn't want to talk because I'm like, y'all got it. You get what I'm saying?
And
like,
always jump in there.
But I mean, everything that I was thinking in my head, niggas was saying. So I'm like, hey, I don't need to talk. You get what I'm saying? I just feel like, okay, now we know what needs to be done. Now we just gotta actually put this shit on paper and like just move forward. Like I'm reading this and I'm like, man, if everybody on the panel had a concept of this, I'm you know what I'm saying? I'm sure everybody had something, but if y'all understood some shit like this, we could put it together for hip hop. And then, you know, this is our voice for Black male expression. Honestly, you know what I'm saying? In a lot of ways. So if we could put this together for ourselves, I think that would be everything y'all said would work just fine. Because we still got to come together. And if we don't have a code, when we come together, that shit gonna fall. That shit gonna, you know what I'm saying? That shit's gonna be turmoil. So, you know, and I like what we doing. I think, like everybody said tonight, and I'm gonna reiterate it. What you are doing is allowing us to come together, communicate about the issue, and somebody in this panel tonight is gonna do something about what we talked about to move hip hop forward, to move our people forward. So, you know what I'm saying? Like I said, I was just sitting back enjoying, but all y'all brothers impressive, and I appreciate you, Illa, for just putting the space together. You know what I'm saying? This is good.
I'm trying, beloved. I'm trying. And Kid and Rich, y'all gotta let me get a feature or something, man. Like I really got it on its bars, bro. For real. That's how I got the name Illa. It wasn't from YouTube. I got it from rapping. Streets Code gave me that name. I ain't named myself. So
Shit, I got a bunch of open verse Jones right now. I'm just getting my catalog back together because after my little breakup in New York with Shorty, she threw out the hard drives, the laptops, everything. It's all right. My pen's silly, so I might have lost 1,000 songs. I already got another 150 ready to go. So yeah, I mean, we working right now. I just dropped a joint. Run It Up. Ryu just dropped. I got a bunch of other stuff coming out. Never Die coming out. Shout out to Mustard Productions. But yeah, I'm gonna send you some stuff. Shoot me your email. I'm gonna shoot you over some stuff ASAP Rocky.
I took your number from the back chat too, so when I text you.
Oh yeah, for sure. I got everybody number. I took the screenshot. I'm following Health and Hip Hop. I'll make sure I tap and what if anybody else got any YouTube channels once I exchange and to shoot everybody to text, just send me links to anything. I follow on all platforms. I got my little 90K on TikTok, 43K over here, little couple videos running up numbers. We doing what we do, like we doing it for TV. We are the new entertainment industry. It's that simple. We are the new entertainment industry. People just don't know when to tune in, how to tune in, and why. And we're gonna make sure when we overlap and start really bridging these gaps, shit, there ain't no way we don't run it up and win. Rich Phil said that shit the best. Ain't no reason we can't make the money independently, individualistically. So now if we each doing that and we come together like Voltron, how can they stop us? It's the Hydra. It don't matter how many heads you cut off. We still still breathe and move.
Super facts. Word. And we, like I said, we got some plays, you know what I mean? We got some shit on the table where, everybody who is moving independently will be able to really benefit from, because right now content is king. And I'm in Atlanta. They I promise you, these Netflix and all of them is out here. They coming to buy they Tubi, they buying anything that you selling. They buying catalogs. When it comes to the music shit, I'm learning about tax credits. I'm learning about these syncs and everything. The sync that it's so much shit going down that you really, really just need to be a creative and just create. And just don't, you know what I mean? Like, don't be super thirsty to have somebody, run your shit. Like, really, really thug it out and see the silver lining and get with some people who's, get with a team. And I promise you, this shit is not gonna be what it ain't gonna be what it was. I think that we've experienced the worst of what this industry has to offer, the independent artists or talent and whatnot. I think we've witnessed the worst of what it has. And now we're on this upward mobility or upward trajectory to whereas we're about to start experiencing some shit that we didn't count in the game and whatnot. And that's the energy that I'm moving with. I'm going to hold that energy because what I realized is certain things that I hold on to, I that's my reality. You know what I mean? So that's what I'm on. I'm like, yo, we already won. All we got is us, and it's us, never them. And that's it. And everybody can't go.
Facts. That's one of my favorite sayings. Tato Mills. I am working on that. I want to start to everybody that's watching, because I don't know if y'all notice, when you get in this space, you want to become a patron, but at the same time, you don't want people to feel like you're money hungry. Like, you got to figure out ways to do it without coming off like you some type of salesman. But family, your boy is involved in life insurance and IULs. So I'm getting my feet wet, but it's a lot of money in that. It's a lot of wealth in IULs and infinite banking and life insurance, that it's not just because we think that's just for, even I was ignorant to it. I thought it was something that just comes about when you die, something that's left to your family. But these are one of the biggest wealth accelerants in society that a lot of people don't talk about. I don't know if y'all peeped that. You remember back in the day, you'll watch a movie, right? And they'll be like at some rich person's house, and they'll be just finishing a conversation with somebody, picking up all their folders and putting it up and putting it away. Like, that's the insurance man who just made like a bag. You know what I'm saying? So it's money And it's a lot of wealth in life insurance, how you can fund your own concepts and fund your own ideas through IULs. And I'm definitely going to start having people that speak about that on this platform as well. So if any of you guys just want to showcase something that you're working on, or showcase something that you want to debut, you want to bring that here, that go to everybody on the panel right now. Let me know. We can just make a show dedicated to just that. I want to be somebody that's a vessel for my own ideas, y'all's as well. You know what I'm saying? So as I grow, we can grow together. Hello, anybody? Everybody there? Y'all on mute? Y'all good? Y'all about to take it down? Y'all all muted?
Yes, I appreciate the opportunity as always. I appreciate the platform. I made sure to share this live with my community. We live on my channel on Twitch as well right now and on YouTube. So everybody that's here from my side, make sure y'all subscribe to Illosophical. Make sure y'all follow him on all platforms, social media platforms, and check for any music that he got out right now. Make sure y'all all tapped in with Richfield, Chicago Rilla, POS, Sean Bolden. We're here doing the work for y'all, for ourselves first and foremost, because I can't help none if I don't help myself as one. So, you know, each one teach one, we all gonna reach one. But yeah, like I said, this is a beautiful moment for myself as an observer and a participant. Like I really do appreciate this.
No doubt. Anything you want to add, Rilla, before we go?
Hey, I came late. I done talked enough, man. Listen, hit the super chat, hit the Cash App, like, share, and subscribe. You know what I'm saying? And there it is.
Bet. Any last words, Red? Richfield, any last words, beloved?
Last words is love and light to the panel once again. Let's continue building and whatnot. And yeah, man, let's just keep working.
Bet. I'm gonna drop all y'all down. I appreciate y'all. Hit me, we gonna holler. Red, I'm right in Charlotte, man. Let me know. Peace to all y'all. Love. All right. It's been another episode. I appreciate everybody for pulling up. As you can see, I ain't played some of them sound effects I did on the last show because they definitely took some money from your boy. So I thought I could sample an artist if it's a short line, but I guess messing with Big and Bad Boy, they say I want all that shit. So they came and got there. So I got to work on some new sounds because I like to take these rap songs, but they gonna tax you. Maybe I should have took some Kendrick joints because he lifted copyrights. So shout out to Kendrick Lamar. You know what I mean? Shout out to hip hop. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to everybody that pulled up. Shout out to Elevated Mind Healer. Shout out to Tattoo Mills. Hopefully I'm pronouncing that right. I'm sorry if I'm messing up. Tato Mills. Shout out to Outspoken Introvert, Rilla, Crowns of Drake, Tomomania, Marcus Evans, Lost Dynasty. You know, my boy Skunk, everybody that pulled up. You know what I'm saying? I shout out to y'all spending time with your boy. It's been another episode. I will be back soon. Just been busy trying to get some in-person stuff popping, some live in studio type of vibes going. You know, I feel like the panel stuff is like so many people doing it. And I'm gonna continue to do it, but I also want to switch it up. So I just appreciate all y'all for pulling up, for spending 4 hours with your boy. It's Friday night. Y'all could have been in the club. You could have been with your lady. You could have been with your man. You could have been doing so many things. You decided to look at me and my constituents for 4 hours. So shout out to y'all. So with that being said, peace and love. I appreciate all y'all. Have a wonderful weekend. Happy Mother's Day to all the mothers. It's Mother's Day weekend. If you're a mother, shout out to you. Peace.
Them niggas shrink around you, man. You know what I'm saying? They just in the space probably before you was a little bit. You know what I'm saying? But them niggas shrink when you come around. That's why them niggas don't want you around.
Situation with the genders and all of that shit that we've been hearing about. And there's nobody better than the gore. Philosophical to come set that bitch off.
Yo, you know